how you get it. Standing on 10 toes, maybe 9 if you're missing one. Okay. I'm to be quick. Good morning, Diesel Chucky. What up, bro? Let's talk about marijuana plants. I don't need to talk about bugs. I've seen too many bugs the last couple of days. I was thinking, man, I'm gonna go live there. Let's go live. I get up here and I'm like, duh. Like, so what you guys want to talk about? You want to talk about some weed? I mean, we can only talk so much about weed, but I was seeing something about, I can't like sit there and read a whole bucket. I just can't concentrate enough. I just don't have the attention span to sit there like that and read it. But I was seeing a thing about smaller plants finishing quicker, producing max quality fucking terpenes and everything, just because it has to really disperse less energy throughout the plant, right? So if it has everything it needs, bam, all in one, just one little bucket there, boom, like, it don't have to disperse it through a whole big old plant network and spend the energy, dispersing all that energy. Again, if you only got 100% and you got a huge ass plant and you have to disperse, the bigger it is, the less percentage everybody's going to get, right? It's like robbing a bank. Like you rob a bank with 10 people, you're going to get less money than you did robbing it with 5 people. Like, is it true? I don't really know. I don't really know. Mikey, you disappeared last night. What up, Moonwater? I heard, my body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. And then, poof, VK was gone. I don't really want to get off on the old channel choosing, but since he did go live this morning, he might be still live, and he did happen to mention me. I feel like maybe I should touch on it. Like, if you mention my name and you say anything about me, I feel like I have to address the situation. Like, this motherfucker talks about, oh, nobody shows their weed. Nobody shows finished bud. Nobody grows fucking small plants. Those guys don't understand what he was. I don't know who he was talking about this morning about like they don't understand that you can get quality and quantity at the same time. We've been saying that you ain't got quality and you ain't got quantity. You got fucking more bugs. And for you to sit there and say, you guys are insane. You can't see shit. Just trying to squint your eyes to blah, 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 blah. Are you comparing your eyesight to mine? Because I can look straight down the fucking line of a fucking. There's a straight line. I can look straight down. Can you? I mean, like, I wasn't trying to cap on your ass, but I mean, you don't have very good vision. You have a lazy eye. I mean, you might have good vision in it, but you can't keep it still long enough to look at shit. So people with good eyes looking straight at a video, showing you a video of a bug running across. Nothing else is moving except the bug running across the screen. That's not you vibrating the table. That's not you bouncing shit around. Like when you tried to give an example of what you were doing and you sit there banging on the fucking deal and shit like that, and it sounded like a fucking drum, you weren't doing none of that shit. You weren't. Like, and nobody cares. That's the thing that you don't understand. We don't care because we're not smoking it. But we're trying to let you know, look, you do have bugs. Quit telling everybody you don't. And then you turn around and say, well, I still use the same soil that I had thrips coming out of. Then you still have bugs. I mean, nobody's ever wants to smoke your weed. So it isn't that everybody's just trying to bust on you to fucking whatever, but nobody wants it. And then to sit there and say that you're going to go give some dude at the fucking gas station some of your weed so he can sell it off at the gas station, you're a sick motherfucker. You're a sick motherfucker. You're the problem with fucking people. You're okay with spraying and using pesticides and then turning it around and selling it off to people. And you wonder why people get cancer and shit from fucking people like you. Because I'm going to be honest, the bud doesn't look bad. The bud that I seen last night that you were showing, like, hey, it didn't look bad. And if a person doesn't know any better, they're not going to know that you sprayed it, you used mothballs, and then you still had bugs crawling out of it while you're trimming it. They're not going to know any better. They're just going to think, oh, wow, that looks good. But that's a problem. That's fucking bullshit. That's, you're worse than a plant killer because not only are you a plant killer, but you know it and you fucking knowingly sell poison to people. And you don't care. You flat don't care. You have children. You have daughters. What happens if your oldest daughter was experimenting with weed one day and they just happened to get your weed and it fucked her up because it had chemicals in it? Or somebody else's weed that sprays with chemicals too. And it fucks her. I mean, get the fuck out of here. You're trash. That's trash. And it's not to say that I haven't smoked fucking garbage weed out there. But I wouldn't do it intentionally. And I wouldn't intentionally spray fucking bug shit on fucking plants. Knowing it says pesticide. Knowing it says do not ingest. But you knowingly go ahead and sell that anyway. You're trash. You're garbage. There's nothing you can say about the school of crop that has any fucking relevance in any of your bullshit that you do. Because I don't even, like right now, I had to get on a rope and climb way down the fucking mountain just to get to your level to even fucking acknowledge you and to talk to you. That's how far low you are. You're so fucking low down that, and then Twisted Poops, that motherfucker. I mean, I don't want to sit here and just get online and rag on people, but who cares if somebody misidentified the bug that it was? You had bugs crawling on your shit. And you're going to do the same thing. You're going to claim that you're a caregiver, and you're going to turn around and sell off your bud to people. And you're okay with people smoking that garbage. I mean, get the fuck out of here. You guys are nuts. You should just leave the fucking YouTube and not come back because you're just gonna end up hurting people. Oh yeah, I smoke cigarettes, so I don't even care about that. I mean, it's just and then get mad, dude. He straight gets mad at people, like, dude, and it don't even fucking matter. You can get all fucking mad that you want, but it's just a fact. I mean, nobody's gonna sit there. Did you see how long those guys fucking spent looking through those videos to find those bugs because it was hard to see. Do you think those guys are gonna waste their fucking time looking for that shit to make sure exactly where it's at, to see exactly where it, so they can show you just to make that shit up? Like there's nobody out here trying to fucking go out of their way to hurt your name, Channel 2. Nobody. Because nobody gives a fuck that much. Do they give a fuck that you got shitty ass weed and now you're gonna go out and fucking sell it after spraying it and all that bullshit? Yeah, that kind of pisses me off. But again, it's not my area. You know, you guys are okay with that kind of bullshit in your area. I mean, and I know it happens everywhere. That's the reason why I grow my own fucking shit. You and Twisted are a perfect example of why you should grow your own fucking weed. I mean, and then to sit there, oh yeah, I'm using the same soil that I had thrips coming out of, blah, 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 blah. Talking out the side of your fucking neck. The thrips didn't come from your fucking soil. The bugs came from you. Whatever bugs you got came from you. I fucking physically seen you in your room with the same shoes that you just got done mowing someone's fucking lawn in. That's how you got bugs. Because you're not clean. Do people not understand? Like, you have to set a routine to go in your grow room. That's when you go in your water. That's when you do what the fuck ever you're gonna do. You do your normal shit during the day. If you're gonna go in at nighttime, do your plants. Do your normal shit during the day. Eat your dinner. Fucking take your shower. Then do your grow room shit. If you do it in the morning, fucking do your shit in the morning before you're going outside, before you're doing it. And if you did all that the night before, take a shower before you go in your grow room. Change your clothes. You can't go real quick. I'm just gonna run down here real quick. That shit'll get you fucked up. It'll get you fucked up. I don't know how many people. I mean, me personally, I consider it my medicine. I started growing when it was medical only. It's my medicine. So I'm going to try to, be as cleansing. Can I be more, fucking clean? Absolutely. I'm a lazy fucker, and but I'm not going to jeopardize all that fucking time to get bugs and then try to justify why everything's okay. It'll be okay. I just can't do it. Yeah, you gotta be clean. It's just clean and moist. Yeah, nobody's going out of their way to hurt your channel 2. Do you not realize that majority of your people coming and supporting you by watching you and just laughing at you that is your channel. It is going to be probably a lot of the group that hangs out over at PKR. You know, I mean, if you lost all those people, you would actually be going backwards. You know, there's nobody's holding you back but you. People, you need to stop fucking blaming everything and everyone on issues you're having. There's some reason why you're having an issue, and it's gonna be probably because of you somehow, some way. You might have fucking cut a corner here or there, and now you're dealing with it, you know. But it's usually gonna be your issue. If you decide to partner with somebody and it doesn't work, that's your decision. You did that. You can't totally fucking blame that person because you ultimately made the decision. You make the decision on whatever you're gonna do. You know. Are we quick? Am I guilty of it too? Am I quick to fucking make a decision thinking it's going to be all fucking peaches and great and blah, 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 and don't think it all the way through and then realize, fuck, that was dumb? Yeah, absolutely. We all do that. But I mean, going online thinking you're going to trim your bud and look like king shit, prove everybody wrong, talking all this shit while you got bugs crawling on your shit. I mean, like, obviously they didn't know. Neither one of them knew they had bugs, or they wouldn't have fucking put their shit on the camera and was trimming away like happy go lucky. Here we go, we got weed. We're so happy to be trimming the weed. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let me get a little sample of it while I'm trimming it. Yeah, let me get a little. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, that shit make me cough. Yeah, no, that's. And I know people don't know. People, I mean, like I said, I don't think they would intentionally go on there that way. Fucking people rip on them for $1,000. I mean, I don't know anybody who would intentionally do that. And there's shit happen in the grow, shit happens in the grow. But you're trying to grow the cleanest fucking medicine possible. You know, like, you think the pharmaceutical companies fuck something up and they're just like, yeah, fuck it, run it. No, no. I mean, the drugs are already fucked up as it is, but I mean, if something happens, you gotta scrap that shit. You gotta fucking, you know, but to be okay with it, and then fine, you want to be okay with it, and you want to smoke it yourself, fine. But then to go and take some sucker's money for it, you're just garbage. You're trash. I mean, you would never make it in the real business world. They would eat you up and fucking spit you out. You would not even get off the fucking front porch. I mean, you know, you're selling fucking pissy, pesticide, bugged out weed in the hood. Good for you. You made it. Like, I mean, I fucking, I wish the guy from the gas station watched. That way he knew what fucking was going on with that weed that he's fixing it. But you know what? I bet you he don't care either. He'll be like, ooh, I just won't smoke it. I'll still sell it to everybody else. What up, JB? You know, Channel 2 would have a lot more money if he would have actually had a real job. All the shit that I watched him go through with his plants and shit. Now you're gonna sell this fucking garbage. You'd have so much more money if you would have been the fucking guy working at the gas station. Dude, you should have been working at the gas station. You should have, instead of giving him that boof weed, you should have had him fucking getting you a job at the gas station. You'd have had more money. And there's no dig to nobody, but most fucking everybody in the hood likes crack and meth and other kind of drugs too. That doesn't mean your weed's good. Like, gross. It's gross. Really, just do some junkie. I'll have a fucking drink. I just realized. Oh, I almost gave a big wrench. I mean, I don't even care about all that. Like strand. The only thing that really upsets me now at this point is, and he said it this morning. Perfect. He's gonna go drop off a bunch of that weed to the guy at the gas station. And that guy's gonna be selling it for him. Gross. That's why you gotta grow your own. You just gotta I mean, I missed the whole fucking Nancy thing the other night, so I can't even talk about that. I watched a little bit of the replay of it, and I honestly, if it was me personally, I would have probably never let her get up on panel or nothing because I don't. If I can help control a friend from making an ass out of themselves, I'm gonna try to do that. I would have just shut that shit down. I would have never brought it out, because I'm afraid now she feels really embarrassed and she's not going to show up anywhere. It might be a while before you see Nancy, just because she's going to be embarrassed. But if you're watching Nancy, fuck him. You know, you do you, and I can give a fuck. Whatever was whatever. I don't care who you want to vote for. I don't care. None of that shit's the reason why I fuck with Nancy. So I can give a shit. I mean, people say shit when they're drinking, and I do believe, right? And I said this last night that sometimes true colors come out, and sometimes it does. You got a little bit of courage. You got to say what you truly, and that's okay. I personally would have just never let her get up on panel. I just wouldn't have. I would have. No. It'd be just like if somebody asked me, "Hey, I'm going to go do all this, that, and this, and this. What do you think?" If I think it's a bad idea, I'm going to tell them, "Hey, I really think it's a bad idea." That's And if they're really angry, I'm going to do everything I can to just chill them out for a minute so they can rationalize in their head what they're fixing to do. And if I can stop them from doing it, and because I know it's going to I'm not going to purposely let them do it to go make an ass out of themselves. That's just, relax, what up, brother? Yeah, no shit. Stay away from the gas station, please. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Dude, he's fucking cracking me up last night. Relax. Uh, Anybody want to come up and show their growth? Ribbit. I probably fucking scared everybody off of that right there. Rock stones. Because it's like, you know how the gravel and the sand, the really fine gravel and sand and shit like that, that's where the gold's gonna be at. It's gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be in the rock. I mean, they can't stick to rocks. That's why they like to wash the rocks really good. Right? You know how long you have to sit out there paying for gold? Unless you're in a really fucking good internet, you have to be out there for a while to get any kind of money. Because that shit is so. I mean, a lot of times it's just almost like a dust. I mean, like fucking. It's really small. That's why so many people go broke, kind of. Strike it rich on gold. It takes a lot. Again, you know what? I don't care. I don't care how you grow. I don't care how much you grow. I don't care if you got bugs. I really don't care. But I do start caring when you're a channel that wants to help new growers and wants to teach new growers, and you think all that shit's fucking okay. All the bullshit, you just, I mean, that's when I get upset. Other than that, I don't give a fuck what you do. You know, like, give a fuck. Just don't teach that. If you got bad habits and fucking you don't completely understand it yourself, don't try to teach somebody something. Don't try to teach somebody something that you've never done before. You're just going off of what somebody else told you. It's that people exaggerate all the fucking time. They don't use chemicals though to wash the rocks. And it doesn't, they don't need a lab to melt it into good bars either. They just need this smelter to fucking get that shit hot and pour in a whole bunch of fucking gold and let it melt down into a bar. They can't use chemical out there. And the reason why they can't use chemical to wash the rock, because all that water is going right back into the ground. It recycles. It goes down into a pond, and then it has to go through a couple different ponds to help uh, settle the soot. So it's a clean water by the time they use it again. They'll use the same water. That's the thing. Like, and they can't just chemicalize it and then run it all through, and they keep just running it through. It doesn't. There's no chemical they clean the rock with. I mean, I can't say I'll take that back. I don't know 100%, but the way I see them mine gold out of the ground, yeah, there's no gravity and fucking water. Those fucking those trommels and shit they use. So expensive. That machine in that video I seen, that's like huge scale mining to where like that machine's never has to be shut off to be cleaned or not like that. Like a most of the gold things I've seen, you gotta, after a while running so many yards, you gotta stop the machine, you gotta clean out the fucking riffles, you gotta clean out the fucking sluice boxes, you gotta get all that shit cleaned out every so often. To keep running that big machine, you don't have to do that. That just keeps going. That's like the whole fucking washer and collector all in one, which is it was actually really cool to see it all do it all at one shot. Because then the gold comes out at the fucking tail end. And most places don't have that unless you're a multi-million dollar mine. You see how big the hole was in the ground. Well, it's cyanides. I mean, you consider it. You can consider it organic, right? Like, don't mean it's good for you. Oh no, it's not necessarily smaller than dust that you can't see it, but it is really small. I mean, like one little flake isn't gonna fucking add nothing either. You gotta have a lot. Like, yeah, you gotta have. Until you watch, I can't watch it because I'm on my phone. And all the cool kids don't come hang out at my panel in the mornings. They're all sleeping. I mean, you could find a nugget though. That's the thing. I mean, the likelihood is very, very slim, but you could. I mean, they find in their little machines, little. I mean, not a big. I mean, but maybe like little pieces that are the size of your fingernail. That size, little fucking nuggets. Worth 200-300 bucks. By themselves. But I mean, those are very fucking rare and few in between. Like I said, the mine sites that I've been to, it isn't like on the TV. There isn't all that drama. Of course, there isn't all like a shutdown like that. Like we used to go there to get their tailings. You could go there and you could get their tailings of rocks, and it was pretty good for like fucking driveways and shit like that. They'll sell you the tailings. You could get it by the yard or by the truckload. You could probably sift through their tailings if you really wanted to, but I think some of those guys are so efficient that even if there was a little bit, it wouldn't be enough to re to rewash that dirt. So that's all you're doing is washing dirt and rocks and hoping you're dropping gold along the way. just so expensive to operate. I mean, like, some of those guys go broke. No, they ain't gold. I mean, but like I say, it takes a lot. You gotta run a lot of yards of dirt to get like any substantial amount of gold. Like, fuck, man, if we can crank the machine up, crank that fucking machine up, we'll move some more dirt. I don't know about chrome. $27 people in the morning. Like an ADHD was cracking me up last night. When you tell me the story of the dude, the supposed trained cook, chef, whatever you want to call him, came to him and said, hey, what's the sides for the steaks? And he said, well, like steamed vegetables or like blanched fucking white asparagus or whatever the fuck he told me. Like, the guy's like, oh, well, which one you want? And ADHD looked at him like, what do you mean? Like, for one, it wouldn't be up to me. It would be whatever the customer orders. And two, then ADHD was like, well, wait a minute. Like, you're not cooking me steaks. What are you talking about steaks? The guy thought prime rib was steak. People know why they call it prime rib, right? Because it's already primed. Like, a lot of times it's like already primed at medium rare. So when you actually get it, you're not even cooking it. You're just finishing it. You know, you're gonna fucking heat it up in fucking an au jus or something. You know, like, I mean, you wouldn't do that with a steak. I guess you could, but rib roast. No, I can't teach nobody nothing because nobody wants to learn. Oh, I can't say that. People want to learn. The problem is there's too many. I mean, like, if people grow shitty plants and there's more shitty growers than there are good growers, then everybody's going to think the shitty growers are the good growers because just that's what everybody's doing. Like, that's just not. If everybody in your little town was fucking doing heroin, would you start doing heroin because that's just what everybody does? And that's the thing that it, like, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. I gotta fucking. I still gotta get those. I killed off a lot of shit and making new moms. Just getting shit. I was gonna do another run. That would have been my sixth run, but I'm not gonna fucking. Yeah, I could have did six, but I decided I wanted to clean, just refresh, take a step back for a second. When you start accumulating weed, I mean, it gives you a chance to like do a rest reset. I got one of those watt meter coming, so I could pick up the actual watts coming out of the light that I modified because I like to know what I'm pulling per watt. Like grams per watt. I like to know like if it's the most efficient. Can I use less soil? Can I use less light? Can I use more light? Do I need more soil? Like I'm at a point where I don't care about the plant. The plant's going to grow itself. It's going to grow healthy. My only thing is doing it the most efficient. Like, because the more efficient you do it, the more money you save, the cheaper it costs you to grow it, the more money you save in your pocket because you're not having to buy weed. I mean, it's all relevant. I'm sure glad I'm not the guy that, oh my God, it's done. I need to sell so much to recoup. Like, how is that? Like, you should be making enough money on your run because you don't have to buy weed. That alone. You should never have to sell weed. Everything that you need and everything that you're going to need for your grow, besides some pieces of equipment, but once you get it, you got it. But nutrients, soil, like reusing your soil. Like, you should have made so much by not having to buy weed that the cost of buying fresh soil every time is just not even an issue because you still save so much money not buying weed. Like for me, I use myself as an example. I was spending $600 to $1,000 a month, so I don't spend 600 to 1,000. So that leaves me that money if I need to buy something to buy something. I don't have to sell any to come up with money to buy something. If that makes sense. Yeah. See, over a pound on an autoflower on a plant that grows, just fucking growing while he goes and does other shit. While he's out fishing. But that's dope. That's why I was like, well, fuck it. Like ADHD sent me autoflowers, and I was like, I've always been against autoflowers just because I like to control. But what's cool about the autoflower is it does take away the control, really, because I don't have to do that. I've watered it like 3 times, you know, just it's a space filler. Like while I'm building new moms and I got space open in the tent, throwing some autoflower. Let them do the fucking thing. Go in there, water them, walk away. It's gonna be really hard Like, I don't know, I figured it out. For me, it's really hard to come up with content as far as like to do like videos all the time about weed. It's tough because what you really think is necessary isn't necessary. I mean, it's so bone bare minimal. You don't need all this crazy shit. I mean, will you need a piece of equipment that I don't need to get your environment to be where it needs to be? Sure, you might, you know. But I mean, you and I, realistically, if we both grow inside, we could both have the same environment. It might take me more equipment to get there, or it might take you more equipment to get there, but we can do it. I mean, that's the point of growing inside. For the control. Replicate outside without the problems of outside. So when people start bringing outside to inside, that's when I get confused because it's like, well, why are you bringing the problems from outside inside? That's not what you're supposed to do. Why did people start growing inside? Because they didn't want to get caught growing outside. When you grow inside, it was a secret. Like, bust your run out real quick, fucking make your money and be done. Nope, I don't use CO2. I mean, I'm not. My lung room's not sealed completely, and then I'm in a couple different tents, and it's not. I don't know. I don't think it'd be very efficient to run CO2 in my situation. But those are the little things that I think that once you start growing over and over, you start thinking like, how can I get a little bit more? Like that would be the time, I think. Because realistically, even if you're in a sealed room, let's talk about that for a second. Even if you're not in a completely sealed room, if you're maximizing your yield every time, and then say you're leaking out a little bit of CO2, but you're getting the actual numbers like they talk about. Like if you get actual 25% more, like once you start hitting a pound, and then you start talking 25% more, that's a quarter pound. What's a quarter pound go for? I mean, what's it worth to you? Because maybe leaking a little bit of CO2 out because your room's not completely sealed would still be okay because of the yield you're getting back, the return. But for a normal person that can't fill a whole room even, to throw in CO2 in an unsealed, it would just, to me, it would be a waste. I mean, yeah, I don't even have a meter. That would be the first thing I would do, honestly. Check to see where I'm at. I've heard so many people do it, like, oh, I'm going to add CO2, and then you're like, well, what's your numbers right now in there? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I don't have a meter. Like, well, why don't you check that first? Like, and see where you're at. I mean, you might be surprised. Oh yeah, you almost have to. Yeah, that's pretty low, man. Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing, right? You might think you got more than what you really got, too. I mean, I'm sitting in the room and do. Oh my gosh, and do whippets. Fucking whippets. Ugh. But post office fucking killed me yesterday. Fucking Veterans Day. I have a rough time now getting to the post office with the wife's schedule and the stupid post office schedule. She goes to work before they open and gets off after they close. So I gotta figure something. Mondays are the best. That's usually when they're fucking closed to the most. I'm pretty irritated right now. $1 pots. I can tell you what, man. These art rolls, they're the shit. My old lady won't smoke a joint because she says she can taste the paper, but she'll smoke these art rolls. I cheat needs a rolling machine. Nitro. Come on, nobody wants to jump up and show what's in their fridge. You get a little freezer action. All right, come on. I'll get immediate resident, like 3-4 puffs. That's what I'm talking about. Look out, warriors here. Oh shit, we jumped down to 20. Oh, shit's fun. Anyways, back to the planet, because for me, it's always about the planet. I don't even give a fuck who you are as a person. You know, unless you're some fucking just weirdo, but there really isn't none of us out here better than the other. You know? Maybe they can control themselves a little bit more, so that way they're like leaving their plants alone. So that way the plants can just do what they do and grow. Give them light, give them food, give them a good, nice, clean space. I mean, they do what they do. There's Moon. Thank you.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Well, we got the Coco. It's kind of new. I think I charged too much CalMag when I did the Coco, so I was pushing like 1100 ppms in the runoff. So yesterday they could have went another day without watering, but I wanted to get them down, so I did a flush and I got them down to 750, and then I did a light watering at like 400 ppms, maybe 200.
So the runoff
And
was
then,
just the runoff was at 1100, or you think it was the CalMag that
yeah,
high? Yeah,
I
I
put quite a
mean,
bit of CalMag in there.
yeah, I mean they'll take a lot of CalMag, you know, but I mean
They
I don't
just
really
weren't
know a lot
exploding.
about
You know how
Coco.
you
Yeah, I know what you're
it
saying.
went from
Yeah,
half-gallon pots to 5-gallon pots, so they should have just been boom, but they weren't. So now they're kind
I
of
think if
droopy and got the
I think if you would have stepped up one more, if you would have went from like that to maybe a 2 gallon and then went to a 5 gallon, you would have seen a bigger difference.
yeah, no.
Just
Well, the
allowing,
part of the problem too is I left them in that half-gallon pot for a long time. It was a fabric pot, but it was still. And then this one was left in a red cup for a long time. So you can tell the difference between the half-gallon and the cup because they're all the
yeah,
same, clone and
yeah,
everything.
they don't,
But
they don't like to be in the cups
yeah,
for too long.
all these well, I was trying to just keep them cloned for mothers, and keep them slow. But all these
Right.
internodal bracts are diesel and fucking shop rag and not the cotton candy. So I'm getting rid of her. I started another one today, so
Is that
I'm gonna
your
put it in the ground.
is that your first time doing Coco?
Yeah, this is.
I've
I
never
did
I've never done.
hydroponics one time, like in 2009, but then it ended up being a male, and then I never did cocoa hydroponics again because I did like the general hydroponics 3-part with the CalMag, and then it turned out to be male, and then I started working on cell phone towers and couldn't grow anymore, and then I wasn't able to grow for a few years until I got this property, and then I went full bore.
Coco can
But
be,
check
I
it.
don't know, I don't know. Just for me, I don't know. I've never done cocoa, but I mean, I would treat it the same as soil. You know what I mean? Like I would maybe less pH. I'd probably do a little lower pH, but other than that, I would saturate it the same and everything. Like, and then just water it when it
Yeah, that's what
needs
I'm
water
doing.
again.
What
Yeah.
I'm noticing versus because I used to run worm castings made from my local cows out here on the free range, and it would act kind of like a cocoa where it would just the water would pass through. But with that,
Right.
I could water the amount of water I knew it would be fully saturated, and all the water would go to the trays, and then within 15 minutes would absorb back in. I can water
Yeah.
these a quart at a time, with one of those, and when it's fully saturated, it doesn't start coming out of the bags until it is fully saturated. And then once it comes out, it will not absorb back up. So I had to get a shot back. But then I read you want to get that 20% because of the salts buildup. And when I measured the salts, they were
Yeah.
so high. So we got
It's
it
not a
all.
bad thing. Well, that's what people are misunderstand. Like if you leave it in your tray and you let over time and you don't let the plant, like if you don't suck it up with a vacuum cleaner, then it's not a true drain to
Yeah.
waste. So you can
Yeah. Yeah. So
easily
I'm
stack
doing a drain to
nutrients.
waste for sure.
Yeah, you can easily
Absolutely.
stack nutrients doing that. Mm.
Yeah, I spent an hour or two reading forums the other day. Man, I love forums. It's like fucking YouTube kind of, everyone got their opinion, but I feel like I
Yeah,
can pick out the bullshit on the
that's it.
forums
You
more
just
than
gotta
on
be
YouTube.
able to. Yeah, you just gotta be able to pick out and decipher the bullshit out of it. Like, because
Well, and then
some of
like
it's just
people
really
gang
good.
up on the bullshit and they're like, that's bullshit. And you're like, okay, that guy's bullshit. Let's listen to what he has to say, the good one. The one calling out the bullshit.
Well, and you just got to be careful of that because sometimes the one guy that's saying is the only one saying it. Sometimes he might be the right guy because
Yeah.
if you look at the other people's plants, if they all grow shitty plants, they're all going to agree with each other because
Yeah.
all their shit looks the same, so they think they're all doing good. And that one guy,
Yeah. Well,
that's right.
I think
I like judging it off the
for a new
plants.
grower, 100%. But the new,
Mm.
like we've been doing it a while, like we have
Yeah,
discernment
yeah,
on, we know enough to be like, nah, that ain't gonna work. We can play it
yeah,
in our
yeah.
heads a little bit because, for me, I've pretty much done it and fucked up. Like that's what
Yeah,
I
I
feel bad
tried.
about all the new growers, all the fuck ups you guys have got to go through before you get. Like I'm still going
Well,
through fuck ups now,
but
working
they
on
don't
new shit.
have to,
It's just
really.
learning.
You don't really have to. There's
Oh
enough
no, 100%.
information. But I mean, they want
I
to
was
learn,
thinking about what you said the other day about
Hmm.
with Carl, and some people don't need the kind of information me and Carl were going to be talking about. Some people need to keep it simple and
It's
just
it's
grow a couple,
true.
3, 4 good grows before they start. Because
But
because I remember Carl back in the day, he used to tell everybody, you got to water every day. And people wouldn't be like, oh, you're in cocoa and I'm in soil. So, like a week later, Carl, you fucking told me you killed my plants. I did exactly what you said. And it's just
yeah,
like,
well, that
well,
is a
you
thing,
soil,
right?
you don't
That
water
is a
like
thing.
cocoa.
That is a thing. There are going to be those times that like you're trying to do what Carl's doing or similar to what Carl's doing. So you're trying to replicate exactly when other people are going, yeah, I wouldn't want to do what Carl's doing. But I mean, if you want to do what Carl, I totally get it. I just think the cocoa basics is, like everybody might need whatever Carl wants to secretly tell you. I think maybe everybody needs to know it because a lot of people use cocoa.
Well, then
But
I think there could be a show
sometimes,
for that,
but
that would
honestly, sometimes I think like,
Levels is not that show.
well, yeah, Levels is. I mean, Levels could have a good show if he was more worried about people actually growing good plants rather than trying to just make a bunch of friends. And
Well,
that's what I feel.
you
And that's
gotta
okay,
think,
you know.
all a lot of level growers are the new growers. You know what I mean?
Right,
So they're the
right.
ones going through all these mistakes and stuff. So I mean, and they're gonna go through those mistakes even if they do get the good information, just
Me,
because
well,
it takes
I've
a
seen
while
it.
to learn.
You'll see it though. People will say they'll sit there and they'll tell you straight out, like, yeah, but if I don't fuck it up, I'll never learn. And it's like, well, again, you could, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it costs you time and money to fuck up. And if somebody can help you do it without, but a
Oh
lot of
yeah.
people want to experience it, you know?
Well, like, cause I used to love smoking weed so much that I bought a grow. Cause I was growing weed when I was 15 for a guy that had MS, and I didn't know what I was doing or anything. He just was telling me do this, do that, go stack the firewood, go do this. Next thing I know, we got
I
3 foot tall weed plants. I'm like, oh my god, we're growing pot, cool, and that started it all.
was trying to
But
add
then I
you. What
bought a weed
happened?
book, the medical marijuana book back in the I think Jorge Cervantes and another guy, and it was the colored version. And I read that for years before I got this place, and then because back in the day it was a little more illegal.
Oh shit! I hit the wrong button again. Oh, damn it!
Oh, you're good. That's funny.
Okay. I fucking yeah. I got sausage fingers and I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I got to do a foliar spray for bugs. I do that insecticidal soap. I don't think I have any bugs, but I'm just gonna do it like once a week, like I did on the outdoor.
Well, what's your plan with this? Are you gonna use these as mothers, or are you gonna flower these, or?
My plan was to do Coco perpetual and that to be the mother to pull the clones off of. But like I said, the I want the cotton candy hella jelly that everyone's talking about, and this is the diesel because these internodal spacings are all sticky and nice and milky because this is kind of a re-veg. And man, they're just a super diesel. It's got that notorious THC. This is the notorious THC phenol, I guess, because that's what the form said. They said there was actually quite a bit in there. So I mean, they don't
Okay,
work the
so that's
lines
it.
as much as I think.
Yeah, a
And
lot
then
of
I
people
got
don't
another one.
anymore.
I put another one in. Well, I mean, like I got one called Royal Highness, and their video says it's a BX7 and very stable. I
Oh,
got
okay.
one
That
that didn't
would,
even. I got two that were the same, and one that was not anywhere close. And I'm like, one out of three is not very stable. Like, what are the odds? I'd rather
no,
have those odds on a lottery. You know what I mean?
no. Well, and that's the thing, right?
But I
Like
mean,
for
it's all fire. It's all fire.
a small time home grower, though, when they're buying seeds, they're looking at pictures, right? I mean, they read the description, but they're looking at pictures, and a lot of times that's not what you're getting, and it's too bad, because
Well, yeah, because that's for me. That's when you look at the breeder's picture. That's telling you this is the
they'll
pheno
go
you're
get
looking
creative.
for. If you get this one, this is the big dog.
Right,
And I got
right.
that
You
one. I
gotta
got
look
the
at it
exact
like
same one they were looking at.
right. You gotta assume that's the best pheno out of the hunt that they did. It is in the picture.
Yeah. Now the problem this year with that kind of fucked me is because that was a good 3 pound plant, the one that was off, but it wasn't going to finish till November. So shit, I had to harvest it
Oh,
super
really?
early,
What
and
happened to the
so
one? Did
I
the
was kind
one
of
that
like
was in
losing a plant.
the one that was outside that you took outside that was in the pot? How did that end up turning out?
Yeah, it did good. Oh man, it did
Yeah,
amazing. I
it
bet you
was.
I got a pound, easy
I
pound
was
off of it.
I was surprised at how well it was doing still in the pot. Just moved outside like that. It seemed to be doing pretty dang
Well, no,
well.
no, no. I vegged it outside. It was vegged out all summer. Like once we had the freeze, middle of June, I was just bringing everything out to try to survive because it was
Yeah,
so
but
bad. Everybody was losing their crops. Like
the
the
size of
what?
it for the pot,
Oh yeah,
the
I know.
size of it for the pot size, I think it was great.
Well, I treated it like I said, the worm castings were kind of inert, so it's like kind of a drain to waste hydro. So what I did is I just had a like in between a half and uh, a quarter solution every time. You know what I mean? And
Right.
so yeah, it just was. I treated it like a hydroponic system for the most part, just a light feeding every time, and it got big. Yeah, and those Mac ones. Yeah, so the buddy that fucking I was giving those to, he just passed away last week.
Oh shit! I'm sorry to
So I
hear
was
about that. It
yeah,
sucks.
yeah, it
Damn.
does. It does. I think he had like a brain something or another, but he never told anybody about
Like
it.
a brain, right? Like a brain aneurysm or something. There ain't a lot you can do about that shit.
No, something to do with his pituitary gland,
Oh wow.
and he would have to shoot steroids because it was throwing his off or something.
Oh
I
yeah.
remember he told it to me
That's
about 10 years ago when I first met him. He must have started doing that again or something. I don't know. I think his brother's going to have an autopsy done just to kind of see, but that'll be cool.
for free.
But yeah, that Mac 1 turned out amazing.
Uh,
Yeah, no, it's a trip, man. So my buddy was a pilot in the Air Force, and he fucking. I keep having these weird fucking bird experiences. I've had a raven, an owl, and two hawks. Just crazy ass experiences. It's like
when you
flying hella weird. So it's like I'm
fully
busted for sure. So I don't
saturate,
feel really bad about it.
when you fully
Yeah.
saturate those pots, how long do they stay wet?
Well, the first time it was 8 days because they were only in half-gallon pots, and this second time was 3 days. But I could have went
Okay,
4. They needed to go 4, but I did it a day early because I needed to get that ppm down. So this is
I'm just,
day 2 because I did that yesterday morning. So they'll probably
just
be wet because they were 4 or 5 days probably. But once the
people
roots
are
get developed, they should be sucking it.
people are asking questions. How old are they? I
The
think
clothes
somebody.
were cut middle of July,
Okay.
but they were in stretch. So they, when I put them inside under the veg lights, they all went to flower real fast and back to veg.
Oh, right, right. So they were technically like a
And then
slight
I kept them,
freeway.
yeah. And so I
Okay.
kept them in recovery mode all summer long to keep my plant count down until I got my outdoor harvest done, and then I recovered them. Except for that one, I was still trying to keep it small. But with this not being my pheno I want, I threw this in here
Are
today.
you giving
Actually,
them?
I was like, you know
Are you
what?
giving them?
Fuck it.
Are you giving them microbes and aminos and that kind of shit?
I'm giving them, yeah, except for the microbes because I just ordered the TPS billions and it should be here Friday, and then I'll
Yeah,
start
yeah.
adding that every week.
Shit.
But I've
That's
been
what I
adding
use.
the HydroGuard. I use 1 mil, two
Yeah,
mils of HydroGuard, which is a bacillus,
yeah,
just to
yeah.
clean
It
the
gives it
soils
down.
out. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
and then my flour, I'll be using that raw 31212, and it has molasses in it and all the it has volcanic ash and stuff that microbes need to break down. So with the TPS billions and the raw, I think that's going to be a good combination. And then what, like, I don't know if you watched Creative Show the other day with Brandon Russ. He was saying what you do with that mag sulfur, or in my case, the signal, is to spray it from now twice a week until like week 2 or 3 of flower. Once your buds start forming, stop, and then you don't have to do the mag sulfur because all the mag sulfur gets in the plant all through the veg. Because what the sulfur does is it binds up the calcium, I guess, and it'll fuck up your other shit. So if you already have the mag sulfur in the plant, when you go into flower, you don't really need to add it and worry about ruining your ion exchange, cation exchange, or something. It made sense to me, so I'm going to kind of practice that on this one and
So
see
what?
what it does. I always like
So
to
what do you?
practice indoors before I move it outdoors.
What's your absolute goal though? What do you want to do here in indoors? Do you just want to flip?
Perpetual. I
Those,
just want to perpetual. These are
and,
45-day flower. I want to fucking flip, flip, flip every
and
55 days, 60 days. I want to flip 2 pounds.
you want to, and you want to get 2 pounds in how big of a space? That space
No,
right
four
there.
by eight. I need to get. Yeah, I need to get more
Ooh,
lights, but I'm gonna put trellis netting across, 2 layers of trellis netting, and this will all be filled
what
in.
if, what if you could
But yeah,
get, what if you could get 3 to 4 pounds in a 4 by 8 space?
oh, I would be whatever I could get. Yeah, I'd be happy.
Because
That's why I'm
realistically, I
doing
think
cocoa because I want the fast veg growth.
healthy, moderate, like really good healthy plants to strong healthy plants. 4 by 4, there's no reason you can't get 2 pounds. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well with these plants I should be able to get more because
Uh,
the hella jelly's got bigger buds.
yeah,
I've been
but they're
running the
not.
Mac 1 in here for years,
They're not.
and
I mean, I'm
I
not.
only get 2 pounds on the Mac 1.
I mean, you know how I am, but I mean, honestly, those aren't the healthiest plants. I mean, they look good, they're
Oh
big,
no,
but
no,
they're all,
they're
like. So
better
you're not gonna
now.
get what you're not gonna get what you once was. But I mean, the only reason why I was asking what your plan was is not even doing like a sea of green style like me. If those were my plants at this stage, that I would try to probably, just get them healthier, and you could take a shit tons of clones and start fresh fucking,
Well, no,
and you
no,
would have.
I don't want this plant. I don't want this pheno. I want candy cane. This is diesel or candy cotton
Oh,
candy, and this is
oh, okay.
diesel.
So you
So
just
I'm
want
just
to
gonna
fucking
flower
run
these
them.
out.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just gonna
okay.
run them. But like I said, I only transplanted these fucking what's today the 12th, so 12 days ago. They should be doing better. It was the
Yeah,
PPMs that
it'll
fucked them up.
take.
But once I get them spread
Well,
out and then vegged up
when
into
you
the
get your
trellis, they'll be
billions,
healthy, and I'll get pounds out.
when you get your billions, double up. You know how it'll say like I think it's a quarter to a half a teaspoon or whatever. Give it the
Yeah.
most. That's what I did. As soon as I got, cause I wasn't given microbes for a while either, and I got the billions, and I was like, man, I'm gonna just kind of double it up and really give them a good fucking dose of microbes.
Yeah,
You know,
I came in and I cut the bottom third, and then in another week or so, I'll cut another bottom, all this stuff out. I just didn't want to shock them too much, and that might be part of the problem too, is they had the high ppms and the trimming possibly, because I thought they were just
yeah.
going
I
to take
mean,
off.
if they weren't ready for the high ppms, and yeah, definitely. And then you put them in. You went from a quarter gallon to a 5 gallon. I mean, that's it. It's going to take them a little bit of time to stretch out. You're not even going to see nothing at the
Oh
top
yeah,
for a while. You know what I mean? Like, because what
yeah.
happens
Well,
below happens above. So until the roots really stretch out and start growing, and filling those pots, I mean, you'll start noticing the plant up top start fucking. Ooh, but
oh yeah.
I think you'll notice a
Well, they
difference
did.
in a couple weeks of using the billions. You'll It'll look different.
Yeah, I just took a video today to kind of see a
Yeah, do that.
comparison, but
People, even
yeah,
if you
because
don't post it, I mean, you can post it, but even if you don't, I don't
I
mind.
didn't
A
post
lot of
it.
times I post them just because for me, if I lose it off my phone or whatever, it's on YouTube, but it's more of a video log. That's why I don't talk.
Yeah.
A lot of times I won't, if I'm showing plants or whatever, I got music playing, because there's nothing really for me to say. What am I going to say? I mean, they're plants, they're growing. Like,
Oh yeah.
I mean, there isn't,
Yeah, I'm
I
actually
don't,
doing a really nice log this year.
yeah, do a log. I mean, that way you can just go, okay, I recognize what I did that I don't want to
Yeah, I
do
got
next time.
all the. Then this will
Yeah,
be my watering schedule. I just pinned a couple of things in there, and then I
yeah,
got my outdoor. These are my outdoor strains next year. I'm deciding
right
on
on.
how many I'm gonna plant per fucking. But then I got the Dream Queen Regs, a 20 pack, and I'm gonna try to pick a good male out of that, and then have my mom grow them over at her place, so I don't have to worry about pollen. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
good.
I mean, there's not much you can do with it. You run them through. If you don't plan on keeping them long term, then, I mean,
The candy cotton
what
candy
I would
shrimp.
do,
I would have kept this
do
as
you
a
have a
mother.
different space? Do you have a different space that you're putting the mom, or are you putting the
Yeah, I got
plant
a.
somewhere else?
No, I got a 4x8
Oh, okay.
that I
Okay.
keep.
Oh,
These, like I
shit.
said, these aren't happy. I kept them in here way too long, and
Yeah.
these are the half-gallon pots. I mean, so you can
Yeah.
tell the difference. I just transplanted them into Coco on the first, and then I just planted a seed here. I got the
Yeah. I
little
was gonna say
trash bag.
if you're gonna take the one that you want to make into a mother and put it in another tin, fuck, throw some autoflowers in there. Just to, fill up the space so you're not wasting the light and shit. You can throw a
Oh
couple
man, I
autoflowers
just spent
in.
over $500 in seeds, man. I can't afford anymore. With a fucking $400 power bill, so I'm
Oh
fucked this
shit!
month.
Oh shit!
Well, my credit card expired on the date, and so I had it on auto pay, and I never look at the power bill.
Oh
It just
man!
gets paid and paid and paid. Lady calls me up yesterday, says, "Hey, you're 3 months behind on payments." My heart just starts pounding. She says, "Usually we shut
Oh
it off," and I'm
no!
thinking to my plants, "Oh fuck, don't shut it off." And then we figured out it
Oh
was she
no!
just re-entered my new card, and everything was good. So, but I still $400 plus a $500 seed bill. That's fucking.
Oh yeah!
But I'd rather have the seeds, if like shit hits the fan, who's gonna be growing good weed next year? Me.
What seed did you end up going with?
I went with Humboldt. I'll show you. I that one.
You you like
Oh
the
man, I
Humboldt?
bet. Oh, I
You've
love
been
them. I've
growing the
never grown
Humboldt.
so
You
much.
like it?
This is my first time. They're so fire, dude. I can't even. I heard Villain say the other day. Everything was so fucking fire, and that's the same way with mine. So this year I bought some new the Cobb salad, which is Mountaintop Mints, OG Kush, and Haze. And then I also bought the Royal Highness because it's super fucking good. It's Cali Dream, uh, Trainwreck, and Royal Kush. I bought those. I bought the Dream Queen, Feminized, the Gazerpal, the Potty Mouth, and then I bought the Squirt. And then I got to thinking I'm gonna find a good regular pack. So then I went back on and bought some more. And I bought the Mountaintop Mint, the Dream Queen Regs, and then these were just two that I have. I'm not going to run the train wreck. I don't really care for the train wreck. I really like the Royal Highness. The Royal Highness has the high. Like it shit you not give me a fucking 3 hour high on 1 gram joint.
Well, you bought all
I
those
was just
seeds.
like,
How many free packs did they give you? Shit, you bought a lot of
oh,
seeds.
they're gonna be fat. I'm gonna get some fat seed freebies for sure. Well, I bought these ones from Seeds Here Now because the Humboldt Seed Company was out of the Dream Queen, and that was the one I really wanted. But then I
Yeah.
found the Dream Queen regs, so I bought a 10 pack of Dream Queen for $100 almost, and then I bought a 20 pack of regs for the same price. So, but that's supposed to be a fast sativa, skunky, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. So if I can take that and cross that with everything, and then I just keep them for F1s, just in case Monsanto's fucking fuck shit up with genetics or something. I'll have. I've been doing this for 10 years, so
I
I've
mean,
got thousands of
as
F1s.
long as you store them properly, you'll have
Oh yeah, no, I got them in the
them.
fridge, in the mason jars, and then in a cooler, so it stays pretty good. I've actually my first seeds I ever bought was 2013 from ILGM, and I grew them a few years ago, and they were 10 years old, and two out of the three still popped, and they were fire. The White Widow, they were
Oh,
very good,
nice.
and Black Pepper, it was real nice.
So
Good quality gear.
when are you flipping these?
As soon as I get the bottom trellis filled out, and then So I'm hoping within a month. I'd like to flip by. Well, the goal was to flip by December. So because I put them in here on the first, so a month. I was just hoping,
Yeah.
making an ass out of myself, thinking they were going to grow faster, but they might. They'll bounce back. Maybe I need to go watch MedFit and ask him how to do some more recovery videos.
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
if that's the route you want to go, I guess. But I mean, like,
I'm
not to
kidding.
sound like a dick, but and the amount of time it's going to take you to do these, like, holy fuck, that sucks.
Oh,
You
I'm
know what
doing
I
this
mean?
for
Like,
fun. This is fun, dude.
yeah,
I've got
well,
20 something pounds
you
in the
got all the
Connex.
weed. Yeah, you got all the weed you need out, in the bin. But
This is, and then I don't even think the quality of this is
I
going to
just,
touch whatever my outdoors. This is just for
I was
fun
just
and mental
thinking,
health.
you just realized you had a $400 fucking power bill. I was like, fuck, that's a
Well,
rough,
that
funny day.
that's 3 months. That that's 3 months of power, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So that, I mean, it ain't bad. I think 120 is usually my power bill. Now that I'm
yeah, that's
running more lights, it'll go up to maybe 160. Hell yeah.
yeah, yeah.
No, and then
Uh,
this is a learning experience. So that's priceless. And I'm like, I understand if you were trying to flip and make money, yeah, maybe, but I've got new seed going. I'll learn a whole fuckload on watering and draining and all kinds of stuff with this first run. And then hopefully by
well,
the
that's what
time
I was asking
the
about
next
your
one comes
cocoa because
around.
it takes you only have to fully saturate once every 3 days. You're saying that's, I mean,
It should be that. Like I said,
that's
I
pretty
don't know
good.
enough yet because it's only been in there 12 days. So the first one was 7 days, I believe, and it was barely. You know how when it's morning and you go out there and your plants are erect, they weren't drooping, but they weren't erect, but they were still a little damp. So they were. That was as much dry back as I
Yeah,
wanted. And then I did a full saturation, and then it took four. It would have taken 4 days, but I watered on the third day yesterday, I believe. I got it all written down, but so it
yeah,
was a
yeah, yeah,
little
yeah.
maybe early, but like I
But
said, it wasn't growing, and I wanted
you're
to
not
get those
having to
ppms
water.
down.
You're not having to saturate it 3 times a day or nothing.
Not yet, but I bet maybe in flower when they're fucking feeding, I bet it'll be water every day at least. Because that's how my worm castings was every other day. I would do a full saturation, which was
I
two
mean, I don't really
gallons.
know. I don't use cocoa, so it's just to me, it always seemed like it was way too much work because I don't want to go in there and water that much. But like I couldn't
Oh,
imagine
I
watering
I love it.
once or twice a day. I don't want to be in there, to be
It's
honest. I mean, I like growing the
yeah,
plants. Don't
but
get me wrong, but I don't want to be in there fucking with them. I mean, like,
it ain't too bad. I got it down to a science, because once you check your ppms and everything stays constant. So I got a quarter teaspoon of this, a half teaspoon of this, 5 mils of this, and like I said, I just go in there with that 5 gallon bucket and a quart on one, quart on the other, quart on the other, quart on the other, and then I'll go back around until all the water's gone. And usually by the time that 5 gallons is done, each gallon, those are fully saturated. And then I go back and add one more quart so I get the runoff. But it's different from mine because, like I said, I could water mine the worm castings real fast. It would drain to the bucket and then absorb back up. But with the cocoa, by the time I'm done watering, when I add, it's not draining out till that end of that fourth one or the fifth quart.
right. That's why I've always just used a soda. It's weird. I do it by hand and I water with a solo cup, so that way I could do one solo cup each plant, and I've just rotated
Yeah.
around, right? So you end up doing it a lot slower. Watering, like I'll do like 2 or 3, and then I'll walk away, go smoke a cigarette, but just blow a joint. Like 10, 15 minutes, come back in and water a couple more until there's a little bit of runoff. Leave it in there 10,
See, I
15
don't.
minutes. If it doesn't soak it up, then you get rid of it. Like, I just pull the drain because I'm on a table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of time. Like for me, I bet you I've done watering in 15 minutes. Now I got to add vacuuming out the waste, so that's gonna add a little
I'm
bit
just
more time, but not much.
for me. For me, in soil, I found that the slower I water, the more water I can hold. Right, like I might gain an extra half a day by watering slower, because if the plants are thirsty and they just happen to start drinking as you're putting the water in, and fucking you know.
Yeah. Well, it all depends on how well your soil wicks. If you like, my worm castings would wick really well. So I could
Oh
literally
yeah,
bottom water, just fill up that tray, but that would take forever because you can only fit like 2 quarts in there. But like I said, I would
well,
water it as fast as I could, fill that tray up, and it would reabsorb everything.
I tried doing
And then, I
that.
mean, I've,
I got lazy and I thought, oh, I just flood the table, right? And I'll fucking butt chug.
yeah,
And I'm fucking, trying to do it real quick. And what I noticed is about 3/4 of the way up, it's damp, but it never really gets saturated all the way up to the top. So all the roots at the base of the plant really are just fucking getting kind of wet, but they're not. It's not enough to.
I've thought about it. If I was running those autos, those self-watering ones like that, what I would do is
It's,
I would feed from the top, I would water
well, it's
from the
why
bottom,
everybody
let it
uses.
dry back, and then I would
That's why
let
everybody
it
uses
use all the
drippers,
water
right?
in the reservoir. Yeah.
I mean, nobody's butt chugging; they're using drippers. You know, I mean, because it's a thing. It's
Yeah.
just like, well, you'll notice that you could do it with a solo cup, and that's why I love, and fucking especially for newbies, if you use a clear solo cup, and
Oh
people
yeah.
used to bust my balls about it, but then you put it in a red solo cup, so you can actually look in the cup and you can see what's going on in there, and you'll understand like fully saturated with, or you'll see,
Oh yeah.
you'll see the dry spots, and you'll see
Well,
the
there's
wet spots, and you'll see what the roots are doing, and it'll give you an idea of if you can see it in a bigger pot, then you'll understand. Like, oh, okay, like,
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I remember doing that in the fucking third grade. I remember putting
mm-hmm.
corn seeds in the paper
That's
towel method in the
unfortunately,
second grade, and then I remember growing
yeah,
in clear
un-
cups in the third grade.
yeah. Unfortunately, some people need to go back to that, or they never did it, or something. Like.
I've been doing paper towel method my entire life, and it's always worked.
I just for seeds, I just put them in the rapid fucking rooter cubes. Just throw them into the dome.
Well, I do. This is like the first time really running a lot of name brand seeds. I used to do a lot of Afghanis and then crossbreed them, and then so I would run like 30 seeds, take the strongest germinating ones, and then plant those. Take the best, 5 or 10 of those, and plant them. But yeah, shit, I was on a good fucking point, and now I don't remember where I was going.
What are you talking about?
No, there's uh
Fuck, I'm stoned. Fuck.
oh, it was about full saturation, full saturation.
Mm-hmm.
The importance of full saturation versus overwatering. I think that's where new growers need to understand there's a huge difference.
Oh, yeah,
Overwatering
and
is
well, even
consistent watering. Full saturation is water fully, dry back, not dry back till you get a full droop. And you don't want to kill those feed
no,
roots because that's the
no.
most important part.
Well, and you gotta understand the droop, right? Of course,
Oh yeah,
some plants will droop when it's close to being tired. I never try to water when it's that close to the lights going off anyway, because you just raise the
yeah,
humidity in your fucking shit. But I mean,
absolutely,
if you
especially
notice
flower.
the droop, if it's just the leaf drooping and the stem's still up, that tends to be an overwatering. But if the stem and the leaves laying down, that's the underwatering. That's when they're drooping because there's no water and nothing. Like, and you got to be careful of that because the same thing will happen either way. You can either rot
Well,
them by being like swamp, you can be a swamp and rot them out, the root hairs, or you can
absolutely.
dry them out, and you'll get the same thing. You can't uptake nothing, so then it'll look like a cow mag deficiency, or you need more
But
nitrogen, or you might look like you might have an iron deficiency or a cow mag deficiency, and really, unfortunately, you just gotta back your lights off, fucking double up the microbes, and you know, make sure you try not to do that again.
yeah,
Because it's easy
yeah, I'm
to
high
do,
as
especially if
motherfucker.
you're in soil. In soil, it's really easy to do. That's why though it's
Well,
important, in
so
my opinion, you got to be in the right size pot, right? So if you took a little plant, put it in a huge 5 gallon pot, saturated that thing fully, how long do those roots now going to sit in that? So you gotta be careful of that too. Like they're going to want to dry out. Like if you go in over 7, 8, 10 days, and they're still sitting in wet soil, you got to start worrying about the soil start getting fucking fungal, or you got
well,
to start
yeah,
worrying about, you know,
but that's mostly
other
just when you
root issues.
begin. Once you get a cycle and a method going, I'm not sure about for everybody else, but for me, it's all consistent. It's like every third morning, every fourth morning, I have to water 2 gallons. I have to do this, you know what I mean? Because you just get in a cycle and it's just, and then you add the same amount of water. It all takes, mine was 2 gallons and I didn't drain to waste. So it was just absorb all the water and
Yeah, you
it would
just got
just
to
be
be
all
careful of that.
consistent. And once
You
you
got to
get
get
your
careful of that because
consistency going,
once you start stacking nutrients, you got to be careful of drawbacks, because if
well,
you
I was
do,
doing
like,
the microbes. They weren't
yeah,
drybacks like drybacks. Like I said, like on that
if you happen
fourth
to go a
morning, the
little too
leaves
far,
just would be a little droopy.
if you get too far though, that when you do a stack, those nutrients will dry up a little bit, and then when you water good again, they'll activate all at once and
Yeah.
fucking, so they can't burn your plant.
Yeah.
You just gotta be. That's
Well,
where cocoa though. Cocoa. I mean, once you get to where you gotta do a high frequency fertigation with your cocoa, you should be able to stack just fine, and just work all the way
well,
through. I mean, if you're watering so
with
much.
running the raw, I'm not sure, but I was running the raw and with doing it the way I was just saying with no waste, I had no mineral line on my black pots. You know what I mean? Like you would run
Right.
other
Right.
salt lines, you'll get white mineral lines
Yeah.
on the water. I never got that. So it's like, and then I wasn't watering heavy, I was only doing maybe 500 ppm of feed with silica, CalMag, and all that stuff every time. You know what I mean? But it would back, and then there's microbes and stuff. So it was just, I wasn't running true, like I wasn't running TPS without fucking microbes, just or Athena.
Right.
It would be different
Right.
for sure.
Right.
But I
And
am
I mean,
gonna.
I
So
think
I got that Athena fade, and I'm gonna
yeah.
try it out on one of my clones because they're all clones, and so I'm gonna try one. I'd like to maybe try one where you just foliar the sulfur, and then one where you add the sulfur, and then one where you add the fade, and one where you don't do nothing, and then kind of see how it affects all the smoke. Being I'm writing shit down and everything, it'll be interesting. The only
You
reason I
got
don't want to do
fans.
that is because then it's all kinds of different solutions.
You got fans in your grow room, right?
No, not yet. I just have a 6-inch inline fan pumping 24/7.
You don't
I
have
got
like
air
a
exchange. I don't have.
you don't have like an
Well, my
oscillating fan.
so what I was told, and I've always used it, is if your leaves are wiggling, just a slight wiggle, that's enough airflow.
Oh,
But now
yeah.
I will put a
I do.
fan in. I'm using the fan that I usually grow in my dry space right now. So as soon as I'm done harvesting, I'll put a fan in here. But yeah, no, let's
I
see.
just think it might help because you're gonna scrog that out and stuff, but it might help also strengthen up the stick because they're gonna get heavy.
Oh yeah,
You
see,
know?
I'm not sure if you can see those leaves moving,
Oh yeah,
but
I
I
see
was
it
always
moving.
told that's enough. That's enough air exchange. But yeah, no, for strengthening. But these are going to be scrogged out, so I don't really need. And I'm giving them silica and stuff. Yeah, I just have a hole in the wall here, blowing air in, and it kind of circulates, and then it pulls
Yeah,
the cold air in
shit.
from the floor.
I got a
But
fan.
what I'm gonna do,
I got a fan under the canopy, and I got two above the canopy.
yeah, I have an oscillating fan that goes back and forth here, but I don't have it right now because I need it in other places. Yeah, there's enough airflow, and yeah, no, they're doing better because they're pretty dried out for as saturated as they were yesterday. You know, by weight picking them up. Let's see. Yeah, they're still pretty heavy
Yeah.
though, but the sides are dry. Yeah, there's constant 24-hour airflow, and so then what I did for heat wise because it's like 77 in here. Don't, and then I keep the RH low. So I've got super low RH in here. So that's going to help dry shit out and help the plants expire. You know, so I don't know. We're working on it. But anyways,
I
I got
don't know.
this
Yeah, I was
one
gonna say
pumping into the other tent for warming it, you
all
know.
I can. I can't really say much because if you're working with Carl and shit, and you're doing shit with Carl, I can't really tell you to do anything different. Whatever.
Well, I haven't talked to Carl, so I've just kind of been reading forums and I read that you want to keep your, it's okay to have your ppms 300 to 400 more than your feeding. So if you're feeding 800, you can have it at 1100. I'm only feeding like 500,
But
400. Now having 1100 is a bit much. 100, from what I understand, I'm not sure. Stoner math.
yeah, I don't do cocoa, so I don't really.
Well, I just wanted to see how fast I could flip it. You know what I mean? Because with the cocoa, and then those are supposed to be 45-day flowers. I mean, technically, if you do it right, 55 days, because usually 45 days is a lie. So do an extra 10. So even if you could do, like you said, 3, 4 pounds in a fucking 4x8 every 60 days of fire
Yeah,
fucking cotton candy, that would be pimp.
yeah. I mean, it's all scalable, right? Like, and it depends. Like, you don't have to do a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
plants if you don't want to do a lot of plants. It would just be, a little more training. And each time you do like a topping or a training, you would add like 5 days to your cocoa. So probably 3 to 5 days to your veg time. And then you'll get it down to where you're like, oh, okay, I know I can do 12 days of veg in cocoa with this amount of plants, fill this whole fucking thing up with buds every 60 days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I've never done that before. Usually the years I grew out here, I'm really good at vegging usually. So I just veg 2 months and then I throw them outdoors, and
I
then I
mean,
started getting
dude,
like not depressed but unhappy in the winter, so I started growing in the winter for fun.
there's clones, shit, they
And
grow
with the
really
new
fast.
LEDs. Yeah, those are clones.
I mean,
Well, shit, I gotta go buck 2 more plants today. I've been doing 2 plants a day. I think I got 4 left, and then they'll all be in cardboard boxes. And then I've got almost full stem snap in the bud, and then I've got it's kind of bendy on the main stem, so I've got all the bucking the buds off, and I put them in the cardboard to in a 60-60 environment to do that last bit of slow dry. And then I shake them every day, maybe once or twice, like a trim bag motion to
right.
rotate and oxygen.
Yeah, just to
And then
mix it up.
usually, yeah, usually by the end of the month, I'll have them in Mylar bags.
Yeah, whatever fucking works. However you make it work.
Well, I got this technique from a commercial outdoor California grower.
Okay. Yeah.
I forgot her name. She was on Instagram. I used to do the Instagram a while ago. My plan was to be a seed breeder, and I figured, well, I'll just because I don't do any of that shit. So I was like, I'll just go on Instagram, and then I go to find out that there's so many fucking breeders, and there's such a bad reputation, and I'm like, nope, not gonna start the seed business this way.
If you're gonna do seed, you just do seed for yourself. Maybe a few, to people that are close to
But
you
what
or
I
something.
do, that's what my plan is. Is my seed company is generated for outdoor seeds grown in the Great Basin. So my clientele will be in the Great Basin because these plants, once you start growing them a few years in this environment, they'll start flowering in time because some of them go a little later. But I've got a Violator Kush I've been working, and I think I got it down to like an F4, depending on how you're supposed to label. And it is religiously done by October 1st, like 20% amber done by October 1st. So, with our short growing season, I just want to dedicate it to the great, because that's where I've been. I live here. I started growing weed here when I was young. There's a lot of weed growers here, a lot of plant killers here. I want to make it to where it's just a vigorous plant where if you do, somewhat what I tell you to do, you're going to get 3-4 pounds of plant. And because they charge so much weed money here for
Yeah, you
dispensary
should.
weed that
I don't
a
know why
person
you're
that
not.
really needs medicine can't afford it.
I don't know why you're not doing classes. Take do like 2 or 3 people at a time. Start out with charging fucking
Oh yeah,
hundred
no,
and
no.
fifty bucks.
I plan on that old man that I was telling you about that I had the MS and whatnot. He had business cards, and it was his name, and then in parentheses in the middle it said consultant. And then people would say, "What do you consult?" He would just say, "What's your problem?" So I'm going to get business cards made up just like that with consultant, and then like because I've talked to a lady, we were at the store and I hadn't seen her in years, and she's like, "Oh, you smell like good weed." I was like, "Oh, thank you." She's like, "I'd love to grow weed." And I was like, "Shit, man, I do consulting. I could come by and give you a walk around." And she, "Oh, I would love that." So, I mean, I think I might be able to make some money that way out here. See, the trick
Yeah,
is you got to smell like good weed. That's free advertising, man. When I go to Walmart or anywhere, I fucking put a bag of my stinkiest in my chest pocket, walk around. Because those are true friends. When they walk up and say, "Man, you smell like the dank," you fish them out. When you get that fucking scalding look at you, you're like, "Hey, yeah, don't hang out with that guy." You fish them out.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it snowed
I
here
mean,
yesterday.
snowed. Jeez, no,
Yeah.
it's
What
like 70 here.
we so it's weird. This I don't know, a big long story, but there's a guy, meth addict, running from the cops now. He was already a felon. This is like his third strike, and like I don't know, he had a $350,000 bail. Got this. He was 47. Got this 20-year-old pregnant, and they're all Mormon too. So that's kind of weird, or adds to the story. And then the Mormon family puts up their ranch for bail for this guy, and we're like, "Why'd you do that? That guy's a fucking fool." Come to find out, he was supposed to be at court months ago, and they've been hunting for him. So they sent out 30 cops with FBI because he was selling guns across state borders, being an ex-felon, selling stolen guns.
Oh
And so he
jeez.
was like in big trouble. So now I saw a video of him yesterday on a game camera. He's up in the hills, probably 5 or 6 miles from me. Fucking, I don't know what he's doing living up there, but he just got snowed on. So he's getting pushed out. So now I got to everybody's packing. The sheriffs come out here and kick the fucking hornet's nest and then leave. They came out at noon to try to catch this guy with 30 fucking cops. First thing someone puts on Facebook, "Hey, why are there 30 cops out here?" That fucking chase was gone faster than you could fucking flip a stick at it. I think they were just trying to show their strength out here, you know, make an example kind of thing. Because
Well,
you
isn't it
should be out
crazy?
there at daybreak. What's that?
Isn't it crazy how the odds have changed though? Remember how it used to be that you fuck for the most part you're not out running a radio, but now with social media and everything, you could fucking
Oh
know
yeah.
shit before it's crazy.
Oh yeah. No, my dad calls me. He says, "Hey, I think they're after you." I'm like, "What the fuck?" He says, "There's 30 fucking cops." I was like, "Oh fuck." So I get my binoculars out and I could see him going down the ranch road. And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I'm thinking, why are they coming in the middle of the day? Somebody's gonna post this on Facebook, you know. And I was like, "Don't tell anybody. We need this motherfucker because he's a thief and a fucking all kinds of bad stuff out here. So to get rid of him is a blessing." Yeah, what he does is he steals all our stuff, takes it to fucking Boise, buys drugs, comes back. I don't know if he sells it or not, but he's Mormon and this is like his seventh baby and he hadn't taken care of the other six.
Oh shit!
He needs weed in his life.
Sounds like he needs more than weed. You know, I hate to say this
Well, he
about
needs a
people,
swift
but
kick in
as
the
I got
ass.
older, some people I don't think ever learn, and you get to a point where it's like, God, where do you just stop wasting time on this person? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
You want to
they're
know what
not
it is?
productive. They don't ever, like, they've never been productive. They've just always kind of been a piece of shit. Like, why? I mean, uh,
For me, I was 16 when me and my buddy ate our first eights of mushrooms and tripped balls at the lake, and that changed my life for the rest of my life. It, like I had the first ego death. I saw how my words hurt people, and it just changed who I was. And I was able to accept that I make mistakes and
well,
to willing to accept that and to learn and to grow. That's where it's at. If
were
you're
you?
not able to admit that you're human and make mistakes, that's what it is. Then you can't grow. You just stay the same and a victim. My opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you had like a little bit of an enlightenment. You know, a little bit. Of,
Yeah, absolutely. So if everybody had good mushroom trip, I think if everybody was like 15, 16, go out to the lake with good company and music and fucking trip balls, you'll fucking, because there's no passage of manhood for Americans, all passages or, people have a manhood right. Here it's like, oh, I can grow a beard. That must mean I'm a man. Or in Alaska, if you didn't have children, you weren't a man. So I was like 25 and the kids would pick on me because I wasn't married. The first thing they came and asked me is, "You married?" No. Okay, that
where were
means you're
you?
just like us. It's like
Where were you at in Alaska?
I lived in Fairbanks for 2 summers fighting wildfires, and then I moved to
Uh-huh.
Wasilla, Palmer for 3 years
Oh
doing
yeah,
cell phone towers
that
and
was
3G upgrade.
I lived 135. I mean, I can't really say we were there long. I mean, I was there fucking. We were there like 3 months, 4 months. It's
Nice.
135 miles northeast of Fairbanks, out in Yukon, over the Steep
Northeast, up by
Mountain,
Chicken.
up past the Steep Mountain.
Okay, yeah, up on the. I know where that's at.
Yeah,
Gold
yeah.
mining.
That's
Nice,
up
nice.
by
Yeah,
where
I went up to
all the gold
Chicken,
mines were.
the Taylor Highway, I think. The Steeps
Yeah,
Highway, I
Canada
don't
Highway.
remember where. Does that go
Yep.
to?
That goes right up over
It
the
go to.
fucking mountain. Right way out, like where center is, where you go all the way. If you keep
Uh-huh.
following that all the way, just fucking, like I say,
Circle.
about 150 miles, you'll hit the river, and you can't go any further. The fucking Yukon.
Yeah, the Yukon. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's Eagle. Well, there's a couple different because you
Eagle,
can
yeah,
go
yeah. You go across there, you
northeast
go up to go
would
to
have been
Eagle. Yep, yep, yep.
Or you can
Yep.
below Eagle, you can go to Canada, go to that Dawson. I've been
Yep.
all up in there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I met a bum, not a bum, but a homeless guy that lived on. He was a homesteader, I guess. And what he would do is he would hitchhike up there with a metal detector to Eagle, and right below Eagle, there's a lake or a creek. Now write this shit down. But there's a creek
Yeah,
called Queen of Sheba Creek, and there used
yep.
to be a dozer that would doze the to the bedrock. And on the weekends they would leave. So he would go out with the metal detector, find hot spots, and just fill pillowcases up with the dirt. And when they would come back on the weekdays, he'd chill out on the creek all day, fucking panning or sluice boxing his findings. And he had the gold nuggets to prove it. Like he used to always
That's
sell me $50 gold nuggets for his cell phone and shit.
true. Yeah, a lot of
Tracy was
bartering
his
goes
name.
on. A lot of
Oh yeah,
it's
he'd
cool there
always give
though.
me a
I
handful of
love it.
nuggets to choose from.
I
He'd always
love
say, "Damn, you picked the biggest one."
it. Yeah, of course. Like what's the point? Yep.
Well, sometimes
With
it's
it,
hard to
like,
tell with nuggets,
well,
till you
yeah,
put it
because
on a
they're not
scale.
always. It's not necessarily dense. Kind of like a nugget of wheat. You know, like you might grab the biggest one, but you're like, well, it's not that heavy. Yeah. Yeah, I like that area. That area is really that's really cool.
Did you go there before the fire or after the fire?
When was the fire? I think it
I'm
was
not
right
sure,
after
but
the
I was
fire.
up
I
there.
think it was right after
That
the
was like
fire because there
2009.
was shit tons of shit like fucking burnt. So I think it was after the fire.
Yeah, yeah, because it was like you should have been full of trees, but then it was just all burn scars for a
Yeah,
long ways up till
there
you
was
got close to
whole
Eagle
areas that were just
Mountains.
all like standing burnt fucking. I don't really call them trees, but
Yeah,
yeah, they call them trees. But
that's good for gold mining though, because that cleared a lot of land to prospect.
yeah, there's a lot of land in there that's just rough. You know how that land can get.
Dude, oh man, I drove up to Alaska and back twice from Nevada, which was 3,200 miles. And once you get into Canada, you got to drive 55 miles an hour or whatever that equals to kilometers. And it's slow. The fastest I made it was 5 days, and the slowest I made it was 10. 5 days
That's
was
why
20-hour driving, Red Bull.
That's why I was laughing last night, Dr. Tackrums, because he was talking about the mammy, and I was in the whole area where there's shit tons of fucking gold mines and fucking gold, and in it. I didn't really want to get into it, but now that Moonwater knows exactly where I was at, and he knows shit tons of gold
Oh
mining.
yeah, no, that's the premium. So I met a geologist up there, and he was telling me, you know why there's more gold nuggets up here than down south? And I was like, no, why? And so I guess it used to all be underwater, and the mountains were full of glaciers. So the glaciers turned all that gold into flour gold, and all those rolling hills, because you remember all the rolling hills out there, the water
Yep,
just slowly drained out of there
yep.
and just eroded the nuggets down into the creek. So it didn't get crushed by glaciers. It was just nicely formed into the creek layer. And I was like, that makes sense.
Right? Fuck, because it was. And then, oh, I love the fucking caribou and shit. Uh, Great
Oh yeah.
hunting.
Oh yeah, I went all over Alaska because we did the cell phone tower. So I went all up the Yukon, all up the. I went from Barter Island to Barrow Island or Barrow, doing cell phone towers, and then I went from uh, what's that one? Shit, it's a gold one up on the north where they do that Bering Sea gold,
Oh, fucking,
and they had the Alien movie there.
yeah, I'm trying to remember. Fucking cell phone
I went
towers.
from
Fuck, you
there
make
to
good money.
Uniquely.
You make good money then.
Uh,
Cell phone towers.
I started out making 1250 and I ended up making 27, but that was back in the day. 27 for a 25-year-old was good. I was living rich. I had a nice boat, snowmobile,
Yeah.
and then I ate about 5 grams of mushrooms with my buddy. We went to the bar to eat some fucking or to drink some Jameson to wait for the mushrooms to kick in. and the whole fucking bar turned to lizard people, and they started
Oh no.
slithering their tongues at me and shit. Yeah, and so I went to my buddy after that because I walked to the bathroom and they were doing it, and then I came back and they were still doing it. I was like, dude, I gotta go. As soon as I turned around, the fucking all the music stops off and they all start laughing at me, and I'm fucking fuck this shit. So I get out. Well, the other day they come out with this thing called demon face syndrome that their people are seeing. So that's exactly what I had. But I thought they were lizard people, and then I went and sat Indian style in the woods, tripping balls, and I had this like majestic experience, and I felt like a salmon that like went out to the ocean and then came back. So I felt like I needed to come home, after my 5 years. It was weird. So like that was September, and by October I was back in Nevada. I was like, fuck them lizard people, I'm out.
Yeah, fuck, dude, you're always welcome up on my stream. You got the coolest stories. I mean,
These are true,
I
man,
don't
because
know.
I can't lie because
No, I
I
believe
have a
you.
head
I
injury,
believe you.
so I can't remember lies. I can only remember what happened,
No, I believe you when you. I mean, it's not that. Yeah, but I don't know. The last time I did mushrooms, fucking, I was tripping out in a room, fucking listening to 9 Inch Nails.
What up, fellas?
What up, Nuggy? Boy.
Same old shit, different day.
Yeah, different day. Trying to survive this rock we live on.
Mm-hmm.
Cannabis helps.
Definitely does.
Yep.
So Nuggy, I heard Villain say that your guys' stuff quality was fire this year. Did
Yeah,
you guys do
every bit
much
of it
different, or
was.
do you think like solar flares or something?
Dude,
Because my weed was so much
no.
better than anything I've
Dude,
ever grown in my life.
me and him both have said it fucking all year long. Something was fucked up with the sun this year.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it was or what. I have no idea. But something was fucking weird this year. And
The Northern Lights,
everything.
man, we had a fuckload of them this year.
Yeah, I don't know, but everything turned out. I mean, every single plant turned out fucking spectacular.
Same here. That's why I went back
So,
with the Humboldt Seed Company, and I don't know if it was them or just the sun or me doing the right nutrients.
Dude,
I don't know.
there was something
So I
funky
bought
this year,
them
dude. I'm
again.
telling you, with the sun, there was something funky.
I believe it.
Like it was so intense, like so intense. Well, first of all, that was one thing. Yeah, I'm not even really sure what to account it to, but
I've never grown anything like this before. The highs, like I said, I got high for 3 hours on smoking a gram joint of that Royal Highness. And the
well, what's
flavors,
this?
let me
So,
give you the signal.
is it solar flares? Is that what causes the northern lights? So,
Yeah.
and so, does it come from the ground? Does it magnify the ground? I mean, maybe there's something to it.
Well,
I mean,
okay. This is what it is. There's EMPs, which happen right when the fucking solar flare happens. So that's like boom. So then they get that, and that comes from the ground up. And then the solar flare happens, and that comes from the air down. And like I was in Alaska for 5 years, and I've seen a lot of northern lights. I have never seen them like this before. They covered my whole northern sky. They was green and reds and pinks, and they were dancing. I was borderline. I was like, my mom's like, damn, I don't know. I said, I'm not tripping either. And then I called another friend, and she's like, they went
oh,
away because they come in
bro.
waves, and she's like, oh, he's just tripping. I was like, no, I was tripping. But I think that, I don't know, man. The intensity of the sun, because we're in solar maxima now, so the sun is more intense.
Well, that's the next
They're
question.
trying to
Are
kill.
we closer to the sun right now? Just on the rotation? Yeah.
I
I
I
believe
feel
no.
like
I
we
think we're
are.
leaving it.
Is I mean, it's not good. My
Yeah, we're
opinion, I
gonna
don't
leave
even
it
know.
now. This rotation coming around, we're fixing to be going further away now. But at
Yeah,
some
but
point,
during
we
the
got to be
summer,
closest. Right.
Yeah, the summer was. I'm telling you, dude, the shit was so fucking tense. Like, I can't even explain it, dude.
I feel like we're talking about plant killer shit, but
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I
so this year
do too, but like,
it's outdoors though. And
yeah,
outdoors
we
is
just turned
magic.
out so good though.
Things.
I've been here's my thing is I've been growing out here since 2013 outdoors, and I bought in good seeds before. I have never had so much good weed. Like I shit you not, everything looked indoor, like the best indoor, but it's even better than
yes,
indoor because it's high lasts better, it's tastes less. I can't wait to squish some. I'm like frothing at the bit for my dry sift to dry out enough.
yeah. I didn't squish much this year because I got to it too late, and it's all dark. I'm just not worried about it. You know what I mean? I
Well,
don't even
it's
care.
it's tough for you because you got to be quick on it
Yeah,
because of the.
it's a fine line, especially outdoor, man. Like you can go out there one day and it'd be like, oh, dude, they're all fucking milky still, and then you go out there the next day and it's like fucking 20% amber. It's like fuck.
See, I'm after the effects. Like that's the number one. So like I like them,
Yeah, see,
in
I
a
mean, I
way.
don't care
If
that
you're
it's
selling
gone.
or anything, people want that quick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I want that.
I
Oh,
pressed
it's
I
red. It
pressed a
ain't
little
got
bit
them
for
turks
myself.
because red also means that it was too moist and you steamed it and oxidized it. But if you got the amber because it's old or aged.
Well, you
Yeah,
gotta catch it right because when it's still drying, that the oxygen's what causes it to
your
degrade.
degradation
So
still happens.
it still
Yeah.
happens. So if you're hitting 20-30% amber, and that's where you're wanting it to stay, you're gonna be way over that by the time you're dry. You know,
Oh
just
yeah.
because you're already there, and it's like, damn it. Like you should have did that like 10% ago. Like you should have.
Yeah. I got
The
about
sativa dream we
10%
fucked.
this year.
Oh god, the sativa dream that we fucking had, that shit right there, man, is like, I wish I could explain the smell. It's like almost like a lemon pine smell. But yeah,
What's the lineage on that?
I don't know. It's from we got it from Wobbly, so I'm not exactly sure. Let's look it up.
I just ordered the Dream Queen from Humboldt, and they're a sativa too. So I wonder if it might have some of that in it.
Man.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I loved it. They were so good. That potty mouth and the gazerple. There's so much mouth in it that you can taste it for like a half hour after you're fucking smoking. I'm like, yeah. And I'm sure other people are used to smoking that good of weed, but not me. This is nice. And then I didn't take any clones because the plants had froze and they were kind of mutants anyway. So I was like, I don't want to. I didn't know how that was going to transfer. So I just figured I'd start again next year. Take clones before I put them outside. That's what you do.
Yep. At least the main apical. That way, you have your main apical clone indoors to build your mom, and you have the rest of the plant to go outside.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, this year I don't think I'm going to top. I'm going to leave them the same or topless, top with a top, because I figured, it's all fractal, like we was saying, so versus if you top it or don't top it, you're going to get about the same weight, but you're going to need more dry space because you're going to have more branches. So I want more bigger buds for less dry space. You know what I mean? Because I got that 20-foot connex and I'd love to fit everything in there, but I have to split it between like two other rooms. So 3 rooms altogether.
You just gotta. I mean, outdoors is just different than indoors. I mean, indoors you just gotta catch it at the right time. because you want it to grow. You know, like when I don't top, I
Oh
just
yeah.
want A's and B's, right? Like, but if you don't catch it in time, you end up having a lollipop where all the C's would have been, and it's like, fuck, I didn't want to even grow any C's. You know, like, oh,
Well, you can get that
That's
under
this
canopy
fucking
lighting
thing.
now for them C's.
yeah, but you still got
Did you
seeds.
really just say that?
You know, like
Under
it's like
canopy
putting a
lighting?
it's like putting a ribbon on a
I was
turkey. No,
laughing
I'm
at the
not.
same time.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I'm not. There's a company that wants me to try them out. Probably gonna try them out
That
just
shit
to show,
sucks.
that you know, like it's there's no. I mean, I don't know. I've seen some nice buds
I
down there
I
on the plants that have, but I mean, realistically, they're so small still, and they're on the plant. By the time they dry up,
yeah.
is that a bud that you're really wanting to trim or anything? Like, it's still so small. It's like your little popcorn bud. Like for the
I
electricity and
could see
everything.
that. See, I could see that being beneficial in a large scale operation versus trimming all that, like the labor to trim that. You could just pay a little more power. If it was cheaper to run the
Or
extra lights than it was to pay
or
to
don't
trim,
or
I could
don't
see that
have to
maybe.
trim
Sophie,
it.
get out of there.
Just you don't have to use the under canopy lighting or trim it. Just flip it sooner. Even if you're a facility, even
Yeah.
if you add an extra plant, you can flip it sooner, add an extra plant, and then you know you just end up with
I
that
know, but if you're a
main.
home grower
Mhm.
and you don't have time to trim up 5 plants, I mean, you might not be should be growing.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to do some work. I mean, like you're either gonna train a little bit or you're gonna just do more plants. Like, I mean, it's all just a timing thing though for indoors because we only have so much light.
Yeah.
I mean,
So that
See, I'm
sativa
learning. I'm going to
dream,
be learning all that.
that
the
sativa
light.
dream they said is a grows like an indica, as in the fucking finishing time, and is highly pest resistant.
Connected.
I didn't look at the lineage though,
Who?
but
Oh,
I'm about to.
nice. Yeah, I bought the regs of that Dream Queen from Humboldt to find a good male to cross with everything I got. Well, 2025 is supposed to be even peak more solar, so we're going to have another year of good growing, I think, if that has anything to do with it. Oh, that Gazerpal is nice and grapey. Berry, not grape, I guess.
Wonder who he got his seeds from. They say it's a super sativa that grows like an indica, meaning quick finishing time and highly pest resistant. Even looks more like an indica.
YouTube Dream Queen from Humboldt. That sounds very familiar to their description on their site.
So
Daffy.
Nuggy, what forums am I missing out on? Like, I haven't gone and looked at any weed forums in a long time. Is there
I
anything
don't
I
do
should be checking
forums.
out?
Reddit's a good one.
No,
Reddit's
I
good.
don't do forums. I don't do forums.
I like them.
They're all. I hate them. They're all full of shit.
Oh yeah, no, they're. I get stuck in them reading them because I want to see because someone will say a comment and then you want to see what they're gonna say for rebuttal. So then you scroll through 3 fucking pages. Oh, there it is. It's like YouTube analog, analog chat.
I just haven't looked at any of them in such a long time.
Yeah, it's me neither, buddy.
I use the Ice Mag and then I think Grass City and then Reddit. Those are like the top 3 I use. I actually just found Reddit because I was Googling about the ppm on the runoff, and there was a good article on that, and it was talking about keeping like if you're watering 500, your exhaust or your waste could be up to 800, and that's an acceptable range. It's
So
300
you said
ppm
you had
over your feeding.
yours was your runoff was 1100. I don't think that's bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, they weren't growing.
but I
It
don't.
was like it was scalding the new root growth or something.
Yeah, but you also
I don't
went
know.
from a quarter gallon to that big pot. It's gonna take a minute.
Yeah,
Like I
but
said,
I
it's
did
gonna
get a
take a
good
minute
dry
for the
back on the
roots.
first water.
Yeah, yeah.
That really helped stretch, I think. Like they were dry. Like it was. If I would have waited another day, they would have been drooped. The stems would have been drooping, and I didn't want to go that dry.
I would definitely give them a double shot, like the actual half teaspoon of billion when you get it per
Yeah, I will.
gallon.
Yeah, it should be here Friday. And then I also ordered some menthol beads that I can put in our salves, our cannabis salves, to add a cooling effect. I'm excited to try that out too.
Did you say cannabis saps? Are you making some kind of balm or something?
My mom does. That's what she doesn't
Oh,
smoke or anything, but she does 1/3 beeswax, 1/3 coconut oil, and 1/3 olive oil with some essential oils for smell because the RSO smells horrible. But now with the menthol beads, that'll help. But it works. My mom uses it for neuropathy, and my dad does too. And ladies around the valley use it for arthritis.
Disconnect.
Like one lady had those, those big arthritis fingers. She was able to move it 2 days after using this oil or the salve. And then I just found out that if you add MTC oil, that it breaks the barrier better into the skin, so it's more instant pain relief versus like a olive oil, which would be a long duration. So like a 50-50. We're gonna play with it this year, but they work, man, for sure. My
yeah,
uncle,
that's cool.
he has Achilles. Like these are all fucking redneck, weed hating people, that would never fucking use weed. But now, oh shit, it heals my fucking muscles by rubbing it on. Now they're like, oh yeah, this weed ain't too bad. So it's like I'm changing fucking one idea at a time.
Harley Grower sent me some shit a long time ago, and I still have it. I don't know what it is exactly. Let's see here. Hang on. It's just in a little fucking bottle. I'm getting a fucking light. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what this is exactly.
That looks like
No,
glycerin, like a glycerin extract. Is it sweet? If it's sweet, it's a glycerin extract.
I don't know what it is. I'll tell you. No, it's definitely not sweet.
What's up, Dr. Fog?
Is it
But he sent
alcohol?
it to me. I think, no, it don't taste like, like that. It tastes like some kind of oil, like a vegetable oil or a coconut oil.
Oh yeah.
Might be
Well,
coconut oil.
coconut oil would solid. No, coconut would be solid. So it
Yeah,
might be like an olive oil or maybe avocado oil. I use that a lot because it's got a high burn rate, so you can cook it with it better.
Yeah, he gave this to me. I had a toothache, and he sent me this. He said, just put it on your tooth. So I don't know what the fuck it is. I never tried it.
I grew a bunch of poppies in 2020 because we thought the world was going to end. So I made like the old school laudanum with like Everclear, and I filled the jar up with the poppy pulp once that brown ring started. Then I put them all in there, and my buddy had a bad toothache, so I made a vial just like that for him, and he would put it on his tooth, and he said that shit worked. But I still got it in the root cellar, so it's aging. Like I don't use that shit, but for emergencies and medicine, it truly is a medicine.
I like
For like
if you got
constipation.
If you're not making nothing and you get a stockpile, like, trim and all that shit. I like doing tincture, because
That's what
the
that is. It's tincture. That's what that
storage
is.
is storage for it's forever. It's alcohol. It's,
That's what he said it was a tincture.
and then you
Plus, I
can
think
later
the
on
longer,
you can break it down later on into a FICO. The full extracts cannabis oil, or
well, the
what some
longer
people
it's in the
call it. So
alcohol, it'll decarb it, so it'll get the effects with the
I
tincture.
usually decarb that shit anyway. I usually decarb it first, and then I'll run it through the magic butter machine. You can do the tincture shit, and then
Yeah, this year I usually do FICO, and then what I'll do is I'll double boil it, the FICO, until it stops bubbling. I don't get it above 220. I'll keep it about 212, whatever water boils at. And then I'll just do it till it stops bubbling, and then I'll put it through my vacuum machine until it stops bubbling, and then I put that in the chocolate, dark chocolate, because the FICO matches dark chocolate perfect where you can't taste
yep,
it. But last year
work
I
good.
used rosin and I mixed it with MTC, and then I decarbed it like that and made chocolates, and it gives you this fucking ADHD high versus like a sleeping high. It's pretty cool.
I would take the tincture and drop droplets over sugar, make fucking concentrated sugar.
See, I'm an ex-alcoholic ish, so I don't drink anymore. I don't know if that would count as drinking or not.
But I mean, you just store it that way, you store forever, and then do like you said, you just make it into pico later on or something.
Yeah. Well, I have a 1 gallon water distiller that works for whiskey too, so I reclaim. I can
Well,
get like 75% of the alcohol back once
think if
distilling.
you had a bunch of those jars of tincture, and shit hit the fan. Not only do you got tincture, but it's also alcohol. You'd be able to barter that shit for.
Oh, I got fucking 500 gram slabs of hash vacuum sealed in the root cellar. I got 2,000 grams of hash from last year that's pressed like old school hash because I thought it aged well. So I put it, and it's stored at like 55 most of the time in a vac seal bag just for that happening. You got to run to the hills, you grab your 4 bricks and your extra pipe. I put an extra pipe in the root cellar too for emergencies just in case because you can't have all that weed and no pipe.
Oh, that would suck, right? Have the pipe, everything, and then you're like, shit, I don't know, lighter.
Oh, yeah,
Fuck.
then I bought I bought a 50 pack of Bic lighters and put them in a Ziploc down there. So I got weed, pipe, lighters, hash, food, water, bunk beds. The only thing I need to do now is build a cage to hook to the elevator so I can bring the dogs down in case of emergencies.
I hate this fucking phone, dude. You can't go off the screen. It just shuts you off now.
No, that's what I gotta be careful. Like, if I go to try to wrench somebody up, you gotta do it so fast, or otherwise it'll fucking choke you up.
Like my other phone, dude, I can go on there about, it'll take 10, 15 minutes before it shuts off. This one, dude,
Yeah, my
fucking
other phone
retarded.
would drop it down to a smaller window. I could do shit in the background, but this I can't with this one.
Yeah, it pisses me off because I'm always doing shit, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, Cam. I mean, that's the thing with, like, if you got a lot of light and you got healthy plants, you can feed a lot more food. Like, or vice versa.
Yeah, healthy plants will take more light than we can give them.
Yeah.
See, that I think was one of my problems with my Blend Plus is I wasn't feeding at a high enough ppms for as much light as I was getting. So I possibly think
It's
that
one of
could
the
have
biggest
been
problems.
my problem.
Everybody,
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
gets these big old lights. Don't know how to feed with them.
Yeah.
Well, I never had
Yep.
it with that problem with my high pressure sodium, It's a big
No,
change for sure.
it definitely is.
Yeah, my
I
whole
was one of
goal
them
when
guys.
buying that LED was to match it. I didn't think that a LED could match my 1,000 watt, but when I bought that 4,000 Bloom Plus, it sure did.
Yeah, that's how I was one of them guys that was never going to switch to LED because I started out when I first bought LEDs, it was the purple shit because that's all they had back then,
Yeah.
and I used them for a half a run, dude, and I fucking threw them away.
Oh yeah, I ran fucking LED or high pressure sodium till 2020 is when I bought the Bloom Plus.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
Bloom
just
Plus.
about to switch to fucking dual spectrum to where it was the high pressure sodium and the metal halide dual bold.
Yeah. No, once they came out with them bar lights, dude, that was a whole different ball game.
Yeah. I mean, I got a bunch
Yeah.
of quantum boards. I ran quantum boards, but once you got a bar light and it fit the whole space that you were trying to
Yep.
spread, and then
It
you're
was
able
a
to
game
put
changer.
the light right on top of the plants. It's
Yeah. That was a game changer right there.
Like it was like having high pressure sodiums that were powerful like the fucking fluorescent, like those T5s, but more,
oh, the double ended Gavitas though. Those motherfuckers grow some fucking good weed.
Did you guys
Dude,
ever get those 315s or the 630s?
No,
CHA?
I never. No, I
I
no,
never
I
did
never
the
would.
did either. My buddy
315.
swore by them.
I had a couple buddies that had them too.
I was
They grow
going
great.
to.
They grow great weed, dude.
Yeah, my buddy swore by them, and he did too.
And I love having a lot of power because I would much rather have it and not need it and not
Oh yeah,
overdrive the driver or the diodes than to have your fucking lights at 100%, hoping you got enough light to fucking. That ain't good.
So, Nuggy, without CO2 and running those lights full, what should my ppm be for that cocoa? Like when I'm in full flower, should that be more like
700, 800 ppm.
and that's like a every feed or feed water feed maybe?
Cocoa every feed, every time you feed,
Oh, every
every
feed.
time you
Okay,
water.
that's
Yeah.
what I was
That's the
thinking.
That,
Yeah.
so
that's
I mean, if you were gonna do it, every 3 days or so, feed, water, feed type shit, you would want to be at a little bit
You'll be
higher of a
starving.
ppm because it's a longer
Yeah.
period.
I'd
But
rather mix
yeah,
it
if
up
you
every time.
I would too. That's just me. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather feed every time a little bit less than what you would normally feed, and yeah,
Yeah. It's part of my crop steering program.
well, and it's going to depend on if do you want to stack nutrients or do you want to get more of a runoff, right? Like, so if you don't want to do a runoff, you're also going to use less ppm,
yep.
And so if you're going to do
I was
more of a runoff, you might need to do a little bit higher because you're running off every time.
You'll
So
never want to go
yeah, I
over
was
a
gonna
thousand,
shoot for
dude. Like
20.
no, you're never going to. I mean, I don't know. You don't need to go over
the
a
only way
thousand. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
maybe 1,200. If you hit 1,200 ppfd on your light, I don't know. That's a lot. So I mean, oof,
you'd need
but
CO2 to increase that feed.
well, you're going to need air conditioning. You're going to need all kinds of things because you're talking heat. And,
So what? I've got a fucking those old Coleman burners, those single burners that go on the green can. Could I run that for like a half an hour in the morning and have any benefits? You know, shut my exhaust fans off and just run that for a half hour in the morning to warm the whole room up, and then just start my day. Would that be any benefit? Or
I mean, it's going to be some CO2 to it too.
that's what I was thinking. Or I could even turn it
Yeah.
down. What I need to do is get a, like you guys were talking, get a meter, because you just
Yeah.
fishing in the dark at that point.
Yep. Uh, yeah, you definitely want a CO2 monitor, at least a monitor, if not a controller, if you're going to run CO2 later.
It would just be turning that burner on for like a half hour in the morning, maybe.
Or like a sulfur burner?
I was bored. No, just like I got a Coleman single burner that goes on those small cans.
Oh, for CO2.
You know, it's
Propane burner.
yeah, a little propane burner. Just turn that on because it gets cold, so it'll be chilly there in the morning. So I
So
got
this is
mine
my
shut off
thoughts
from.
on CO2. Honest opinion is once you maximize your space and you're doing it over and over and over, and you're going, man, how could I get a little bit more? Then I would worry about adding CO2. I mean, and unless you had a monitor and it was like 50 or something, it was extremely low. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it until you're like just maxing, wanting to get that more, where you're at that spot where you're like, I want to get a little, maybe I can get it 20% more. I'm going to add CO2, but adding it now when you're still trying to figure out getting everything going, I think would just be a waste of money. That's why I've never tried it. Or never.
I
he's not
understand
really
it. If
adding
tanks and shit.
CO2.
Yeah,
I'm
more like that kid on that YouTube short that's putting the whip it to the go-kart. Did you see that?
No.
He takes one of those big ass whip it cans and puts it to a go-kart to make it go faster. I'm like that guy with a little burner, just to fuck around.
Yeah, I mean, I know. You want to just throw shit
If
at it.
anything, just to keep the root temperatures up. Because like I said, the goal is kind of to warm the room up in the morning when the lights come on, and whatever CO2 that does.
How cold are you getting at night?
Oh shit, maybe 65 is
So
ridiculous.
That ain't
now when you run propane, you gotta realize
75 in the day.
Propane also puts off moisture, right?
Humidity.
Yep. So you're gonna
I've
raise
got
the
low
humidity.
humidity, like my humidity's 36.
Yeah,
I'll show you what mine running right now.
Yeah, he's got
no. I mean, but at nighttime, if you're running it at nighttime when the lights are off, what's your humidity on?
About the same. It might go to 40.
No?
Yeah, I'm 30. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
37
you might be
and 78.
You might be all right.
Yeah, I'm dry. That's why I'm not too worried about a fan being in here blowing.
But that's a smart use, right? That's a smart use of equipment. Using it to not only supplement CO2, but you use it as a heater also. I mean, that's
I'll
a
show
double.
you the burner I got right here.
So that's, if you wanted to, but I mean, I wouldn't, like I say, for me, money wise, you already have it.
Put it in the corner and turn it on for a little bit. I can even put water on it and boil water and help.
That thing right there will put out so much CO2. You'll have it on for fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'll just put it on low. Yeah, no, I'll do that. Because I bought the adapter to put it on a 5-gallon.
Are you serious? That thing right there is going to put off CO2.
This will heat this room up. Oh, yeah. Well, they have propane burners and natural gas burners for these big
God damn it. Now you got me wanting to fucking break out my little burner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it ain't no different than a propane burner that you know like Family Outcast has.
Those
Same
boxes.
thing. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same thing.
I always got
Except it
propane.
might just be one single pilot light.
Right, and that right there is an open flame. That's the only difference.
Yeah, so I
Grant,
bought the connector for it so I can hang it on a 5-gallon so I don't have to worry about it tipping over. And I didn't even
Nice.
think about putting a fucking pot of water on there. I'll just do that. That's humidity, CO2, and warms the morning up. Perfect. Yeah, I mostly heat with wood stove.
Oh, he's got a brand new one there.
Hell yeah.
I remember when mine
Mine's
looked
old.
like
Mine's
that.
from Alaska. I bought mine in 2007. I just got off the fire crew and moved to Wasilla, living in a tent for the first
What
2
is
weeks.
that?
A Berkey? That's a Berkey water filter. They don't work as good as they've said they do. You're on mute, Crop, if you didn't know.
Huh.
Yeah, they're supposed to
Never
be real
seen them.
good for sediment, but they had third-party testing, and they're good, but they're not as good as they claim.
we used to use it for rainwater. It worked pretty good. You have to
Oh yeah,
filter
no,
the
that thing is a
rainwater
great
first.
water filter.
You know, we'd run the through like a cloth through a cotton cloth, and then you run it through that with the different filters in it, and fuck, shit comes out pretty damn clean, but not like they claim. And that was like when we bought that, it was like almost $400.
Oh yeah,
It's expensive. But you know, when we were in
yeah, they
Alaska,
sold
everybody's
out
like,
of
"Oh
them.
yeah, this is what you gotta have. This is what you gotta have." So we were like, "Fuck, okay." We bought it.
Oh yeah.
If you ever find one of those nuggets used or something, and you can get a good deal on it, they're worth getting. For filter, just have in the corner in your cabin where you could just fucking pour water in. You know, any water, like fucking, even if you just got it out of the hose and you poured it in there and used the filters and filtered it out, you have
Yeah.
good drinking water inside.
You ever
Our
seen those zero filters?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Our well water, man, is fucking. It's good, dude. It's really good.
Yeah.
I bet it is.
See, I
I bet
got
it
good
is.
well water, but a mile or well, maybe 3 miles away, the guy's got sulfur in his water, and I don't have sulfur. I have nice, like 180 ppm crisp
Oh,
water.
do you want to show Nuggy your plants? I don't know if Nuggy's seen them or not.
No, I didn't.
So what happened was, let me
Oh,
get
here
back
come the
to
excuses
what.
already.
Well, no, I was watering. I charged the cocoa with 15 ppms or 15 milliliters of CalMag per gallon, and I gave the whole cocoa 15 gallons, and my waste was at 1100, and so I flushed it. But you can see like this one's yellowing really
Putting full
bad.
screen.
I think I got the purple stems. I
Oh,
think because I over dried them in the smaller box, so they've only been in the cocoa for 12 days. And
good training, but the health of them don't look the best.
well, yeah, they were in the smaller pots for too long. Like this one's for a few weeks too
Back out from
long,
your
and
light.
then they all dried out.
You're cutting out. Back out from your light.
Is it
Yeah, I
better
mean the
now?
training looks good, but the health of them looks like they might be coming
Yeah,
back a
no,
little
that's
bit.
just
But
because they were left
how
in
old
too
are
small
they?
of pots for too long.
How old are they?
The clones, I cut the clones middle of July, and then I just tried to keep them small till harvest was done outdoors, so my plant count was down. And so I just put them in these cocos on the first. Like I should have done that a long time ago, but I was just keeping them small. So yeah, no, they're definitely on the back. So anyway, so I flushed the water. It took me 15 gallons total. Well, I did 10 gallons of 150 ppms of CalMag, and then I got it down to 700, and then I watered, or 800, and then I watered with the 400 ppm of my CalMag silica and solution, and then it came out at 750 the last time. So I'm gonna keep it there because that would be 300 more than what I took. That'd be at 4 or 5. So I'm not sure. That's what I've understood. She should be bouncing back now.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I
I've got
mean, they look
the,
like they're bouncing back a little bit.
yeah, I'm just gonna find the studs here and then get like a 1 by 2 by 1, and I'll fix it for the trellis netting, and I'll squat these all down. And then once I get a nice canopy, I'll flip it, and then once they get mid flower, I'll put the second canopy, and then
Yeah, let them come back to health
go.
before you do any of that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm giving it 30 days to
What is wrong with
before I
that
want to
fucking
flip.
one on
So
the front row left? What is wrong with that one? Yeah,
this one was left in a solo cup way too long. This was going to be the mother plant, so I was just keeping this around for genetics. But then all these internodal bracts are decent. Like these, this is supposed to be cotton candy terps. So now today I threw this in here just to get rid of it because I popped another one to get a mother plant. So yeah, no, I just threw it in there. I wanted to see how well I could recover.
all right, med limp.
But no. Well, I get to see what the Coco do. I never ran Coco. This is 15%
Right,
perlite by volume. So I had a 30-gallon container of Coco, and then I
biggest
Googled
thing,
what. Uh,
biggest thing with Coco, man, is feeding through stretch. Because if not, you will. Yeah, that
with
was
the
exactly what
nitrogen.
happened to me. I grew the fucking veg, the best fucking plants in cocoa. They were fucking huge. And then by week 3, 4, I was starting to yellow out because I didn't feed enough. So
Yeah, so that was what I
just
was
make
gonna
sure
do.
you
Is I
feed
was
enough.
gonna I would try to feed nitrogen till like week 4, like not heavy nitrogen. I'll like my numbers. I try to keep them like maybe
Well,
like
you
a
gotta have nitrogen.
5,
Just
10,
it's a fine
7.
line.
Yeah, yeah. So my raw that I have, it'll have 3 for the nitrogen, but when I'm in that transition, I like to keep a higher nitrogen. Like I like to keep my nitrogen in the middle, my phosphorus at the highest, and my potassium at the lowest. Or in the middle, in between the nitrogen and the phosphorus. You know what I mean? So it'd be like a 5, 10, 7, maybe something.
Mm.
And that's what I found to be a good stretch. And then once they start going into flower, I pull that phosphorus, and then it'll be like a 3, 12, 20. You know what I mean? So I'll add that potassium about week 5,
What's
week
your
4, whenever
what
they start bulking.
what's your thought about airflow and fans in the grow nuggy?
Like as long as it
For
ain't taking up
exchange.
fucking space, any floor space. That's the main thing.
Well, he's got his leaves are moving on his plants. He got them moving a little bit, but there's no like real fans in there blowing anything. Like any
Yeah, you
offering you
got
got.
airflow is crucial, dude. Like airflow is very, very crucial.
Yeah, I've got
Gotta
air
have airflow.
exchange 24/7 with a 6-inch fan, and then the way the air circulates in the room, the leaves wiggle. You know what I mean? I don't have direct fan oscillating just because that fan's in the dry room now, but I find that's enough. But if I needed to dry out more, 100% a fan would fucking help that problem. Like you said, if you're going 7 days or more. The only reason mine went 7 days is because it was going from a quart root size to a 5 gallon. But like I said, it needed watering on that 7th day. Day 8 would have been wilting. And then the next time it was day 4, it needed watering, but I watered on day 3 so I could flush the ppms. Just because I wasn't noticing that explosive root growth, or like plant growth when you usually transplant.
Well, you ain't gonna get that
Well, if they're not,
explosion if you're not healthy. You know what I mean?
yeah, if they're not completely, if they were unhappy going into the 5 gallons, it's just going to take a little bit longer.
So they were healthy going into the 5 gallons. All that yellowing is from the first till now. All of that is from whatever I did.
Yeah, but that
putting it in there.
probably happened. What were you in before you fucking put them in this Coco?
Peat moss.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But they did good. They were good.
But well,
My
the reason I say that
problem
is peat
was
moss.
underwatering. I would dry it out,
Well,
and they would
not only
never.
that,
It'd be bent in
whatever you
half.
did happened 2 weeks ago with peat moss. Did. You know what I mean? So what
Yeah.
you're looking at now happened fucking 2 weeks ago.
So what happened was I had dried it out too much, and I think it killed those roots, and then that's why
Oh
I was
yeah,
getting
it's
nutrient
always what it
deficiency,
is.
because I killed those roots.
That's I mean, and that it's easy to do. It's super easy to do. And
Yep.
people just don't want
Oh
to
yeah, one
admit it.
day,
Like
12
it's
hours.
a it's a it's a root issue. It's usually always going to be a root issue. And people look
Yep.
at their plants and they're like, "Oh, I need more CalMag. I need more nitrogen. I need more this. I need." More. And it's
Yep.
like, no. Realistically, you probably need to do some root health. You need to make the decision. Is it too far gone that you could just pop another clone in its place and move forward? Or, I mean, because everything's
Yeah.
in stages, right? Like that just didn't happen overnight, you know. So however long it took for it to happen, it's going to take that same amount of time to fix it. If you can hit it just perfect, like I mean, that's where I always say, oh, it's a dead plant because most of the time it's going to be easier just to start another clone and go, like take off because you obviously how fast the plant will go because you're saying like it didn't have that explosion of growth and that's what'll happen with a healthy plant. You would have never even noticed. It would have just took over that pot, and you'd have been like, "Oh shit, when am I going to put these?" Like you wouldn't have had
Well,
to
what I
worry
was
about trying to
thinking,
flush or yeah, but
it might have been those new roots going into a high ppm environment that they weren't used to. So it was like sizzling them, maybe, is what I was thinking.
well, if it
That's
was
what they were telling
CalMag,
me mentally.
it probably wasn't. If it's going to be if it was mostly all 1,000 ppms of CalMag coming out, I mean, it's high, but I mean, CalMag's probably going to be one of the least amount because they eat so much CalMag under the LED lights that
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't
can't
have
go
worried
enough.
so
Yeah, but
much
I
on
thought
that.
that Coco needed to be charged with CalMag,
Well, I
or else
don't
it'll
know
pull
about.
CalMag.
I
And
don't know.
Coco holds CalMag or it steals it. So if you don't charge it before you grow, when you water with it and you add your CalMag, it'll go straight into the Coco and you'll get a CalMag deficiency or something like that, from what I've read. But like when you
Yeah,
buy that can of Coco, that's already charged and buffered and all that, supposedly. But I didn't do that.
Yeah, it all depends on what kind of cocoa you buy.
Yeah,
There is
buffered.
some that
Mine
you
said it
need to
was
rinse,
buffered,
and
pH buffered.
yeah, they say that. And then you
I'll show
fucking,
I'll show you guys a picture of it or a thingy. Yeah, I guess I should have tested it. Like I said, even if this is a slower grow and all that, the amount that I earn on running Coco is
well, it's already a
going to
slower
be
grow. You're
priceless.
4 months in, Bubba. You know
Well,
what I
I got
mean?
20 pounds in the root cellar. I'm not
Well,
really
yeah,
doing this for weed.
yeah, you're not worried about it. I get it. I'm just saying it's already a slower grow because you're 4 months in.
Yeah, you knew it was going to be slow going in.
Oh, dude, I hate that shit. I've used it. I hate that shit. Dude, I
It
hate
seems
that shit.
nice to me.
I don't like it at
This
all.
makes 15 gallons of material.
Yeah, it's a brick. I know. I know
Yeah.
exactly what it is, dude. I've used it. I fucking hate that shit. You're under your light again or something. We can't hear you. No, that's what
Yeah.
my grocery store at home had. Same exact shit. I fucking hated that shit. I'll tell you the best cocoa to use is that fucking Psycho Coco. That's some good shit.
You
That
might as
or
well.
Did I show you the plants? These are the plants. That'll be. I'm not going to run the Hella Jelly, the All Gas OG, or the Trainwreck next year. So all the ones with the star, those are the ones I'm going to run next year. So Cobb Salad, Royal Highness, Dream Queen, Purple Party Mouse, Squirt. And then I'm going to run the Dream Queen regs at my mom's house and pollinate them and collect pollen, and then pollinate all of these with that, just for root cellar purposes.
seed
Monsanto
increase.
comes in and starts fucking shit up. Well, no,
You
I've
just
been
got to
doing
do
this for 10 years every year just to make F1s and then store them in the fridge.
it.
I've done some work on some strains like the Violator Kush, but I haven't found that fucking weed. But this year, all that weed is what I've been looking for. I'm like the fucking Back to the Future. Hey, you know that sound you've been looking for? Well, I feel like
Shit.
that. So it's like now I finally found some fucking seeds that are fire as fuck. So now I feel like I've learned enough breeding the mids that I can, collecting pollen and all that stuff. I'll be having some good genetics, hopefully.
The only thing we ran that was the same as last year, this year, was the terp candy, and it was a completely different pheno. I think it's much better.
Nice.
It's not that fucking terp candy last year, dude. You fucking smoked half a joint of that shit, dude. 5 minutes later, you're sleeping. It was fucking like knock your dick in a dirt indica.
You can try an
That
auto
gas
plow
Zerpal's
outside.
supposed to be.
I'm gonna do a couple autos next year. I got a
Yeah,
couple
let's just see.
DOAs autos, so I'm gonna
Let's
plan a
just see
couple of
what you
those.
could do. Cause
Yeah, yeah.
See, what I'd like
I
to
got one
do
of them
is run.
40-gallon pots. I just throw one in there and let it rip.
Yeah, I
yeah,
want to run like longer sativas autos because I can't run sativas full term outdoors here. So, like, if I could get like a nice fucking sativa that would
you
usually
just
take
you
longer.
need to build a greenhouse. Is what you need.
I've got a little 12 by 20 greenhouse. I was thinking about light depping it. Well, here's what I was thinking. Because I got that 20 by 50 area, I'm going to dig up all those holes, make new ones. And so each hole will have a 10 by 10 area to grow. And then what I was thinking is doing two in the light depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
Why
Like
could.
wouldn't
do
you?
a,
Why wouldn't you just do some autos instead of
Yeah, I was gonna say you
like
could
that?
do 2 autos. I mean,
2 auto runs
well, I
versus.
was thinking that I want
And
that
I'm not an
psychedelic
auto guy.
sativa. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Me neither. I
oh
just
man,
want
I'm
that
loving.
psychedelic high. I just want to be like, I can't believe I'm this fucking high right now. I want that. And I can't grow that. I want one of those like 15, 16 week sativas where I flip it mid July. You know what I mean? And then whenever it matches the daylight, I'll stop. But
right.
well, then I'll stop light depping it and then I'll put like a poly over it for, because I can keep them going quite a while. I was going to build one of those earth ovens where it earth mass heater. Have you seen those? Where it has
No.
like a 55-gallon barrel and it burns down in brick. Those are pimp. They work.
I feel like you're talking like OMG's rocket heater.
Well, they're like a rocket heater, and then so it
Yes,
goes down, and it's a rocket
yeah.
heater, and then the exhaust goes up into a pipe, and then there's a 55-gallon barrel that covers it, and then the smoke goes down, and it goes under the earth. So there's like it could look like a bench, and they put a pipe through it and cover it with dirt, so it heats that dirt up, and that dirt's what'll heat the whole house up. And then that earth, the rocket burns so hot that there's no ash, and you can touch the chimney outside that it's like 100 degrees for your exhaust coming out. So you're
Yeah,
using 80% of the heat versus 30, you know?
yeah. OMG had one. It was basically like a wood stove. It ran. He built a like bench that had like tunnels going underneath of it, like to where the heat could go underneath of it. It goes up, over, back down,
Yeah, that's
over,
it.
back up, and then comes out that out the pipe, and it heats that whole fucking bench up basically that he fucking sleeps on. He
Yeah,
sleeps out in
that's
this
it. Yeah,
fucking
they people make benches out of them,
yeah.
sleep on them daytime.
He basically sleeps
Yeah,
out
that
in
would
his
be awesome.
greenhouse.
Oh, I would. That's for the rippers. Heck yeah.
No, he just does it because he's weird.
Oh yeah. Now, one time, me and a bunch of buddies were tripping balls, and I came back out. It was like middle of the night, fucking 4 grams, just middle peaking, you know. And I came to look at the plants, and they were alive and everything. But I could literally visually see like these yellow strings from space coming down to the plant, and like they were exchanging shit. You know what I mean? Like it was weird. I was tripping hard, but they were like
Yeah, sounds
exchanging
like it.
data or something in the moon. It was wild.
I love fucking moon water stories, man. And these are all true stories. Like, it's
They
great.
are. That was a true story too. I just love this plant so much, man. Like that's why I go on Level's show, man. Is he's a good guy,
Fuck
but he
Levels.
does
He ain't
throw
a
out
good
some bad
guy.
info.
Fuck
He
that.
does
He ain't
throw
a.
out some bad.
I
No,
don't.
he
I
is
mean,
not a
He
I
good
brings a
don't.
dude.
lot of
Period.
people.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't
but he is
know
not a
I
good
think
dude.
he's all right. Well, he does say some new fucking plant killer
No, it's
road
not
shit.
even
You
what.
know
It's
what I
not even
mean?
what he says. It's not none of that. It's what he does. He fucked over people that
Yeah.
fucking helped him out, and then he goes
See, I
and
didn't know
tries to
anything about
steal.
that.
Yeah, he fucked
Well, I
over
mean,
Happy and Hills.
I
Hills
didn't
helped him
believe
out
in
for
the two
fucking
grams.
the what?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard about the hills. I didn't know he fucked him. I thought that ended on a good thing.
No. And then he fucking tried to steal fucking the 420 GT fucking grow off. He tried to fucking get everybody to
and
come over to his fucking shit to post their
the
pictures there.
lupos. He did it
And
with the
then, yeah,
lupos
he did the
too.
same thing with the fucking lupos. He's a fucking snake in the grass, dude.
People had little
Just
groups
saying.
for it, so people could come share. And he was telling everybody to go to his group to share all
Yeah.
that stuff. And it was like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, no, you're not
That way
even.
he could put it on his show.
Well, I mean, yeah, but what's wrong with doing that? And I mean, obviously, they're not going to stop posting where they're supposed to be posting. He was just saying, hey, post some shit over here because that's what we do. I don't think. And then the more
No.
people see it, the better it is for GTGT. I didn't think
Yeah,
that was a problem
that's not what.
because
Yeah, that's not what was
he
happening.
wasn't
He was
saying
being a
stop
snake
posting
about it.
over there and only posting at mine. Well, I thought it was kind of bullshit how he didn't call that out, being like, "Hey, I wasn't trying to do any." He doesn't call out any of his shit.
Because
He needs to
he
confront some
was
of it.
trying to do shit. That's the problem. He was
Well,
trying
that's
to
Yeah,
do
no,
the
I do
thing.
agree with that.
If you did that and you were like, oh shit, no, I mean, like, fuck, sorry, no, if that's what you
Yeah,
guys
no, I'm
thought
not
the
trying to.
intention,
He
you know,
needs
like
to do that for
right,
sure.
like be like fuck no, you know.
That would have been a different story if he did it, but he
Yeah, I
didn't
would
do
have been
that.
like,
And
oh,
Yeah, and then
and
that
then he
video
ran.
with the same bud, he needed to talk about that. He didn't need to double
I mean,
down.
well, I mean,
Like,
and you know, he could do whatever. I don't really know him as a person. I just seen that, like, you know, a couple little things that he
well,
did like that. He wasn't willing to own up to like, fuck, I fucked up. Sorry. You know, like, you know, we're all
yep,
you
supposed to
know,
be a
he's
community, you
gathered
know.
such a great community, though. I think,
Well,
and it's
he's
about
got a lot
learning,
of,
and all these guys are at the beginning.
yeah, that's the
yeah,
scary
and they're
part. So,
teaching them fucking all bunch of fucking plant
Well, I
killing
know,
fucking bullshit.
and that's why I come on to. If I hear plant killer shit, I call it out. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. I go in there to, if I hear plant killer shit, I definitely throw it out. Like they
well,
were talking about
you gotta remember,
those spacers. I'm not a spacer waterer.
these guys are just starting out, you know. So, like, I had a
Oh
guy
yeah,
come to me and like,
you need to
and he
get
was
like
like, I've been
3-4 good grows in a row.
There's, there's a guy that came to me and he said, you know, I've been wanting to grow for a long time now, but I just can't afford it. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I've been watching the videos and these guys are talking about how I got to do this for my environment. And I got to do that. And he's like, I just can't ever afford to grow because I can't get that kind of equipment and stuff. And I'm like, dude, no, you know, you don't have to, no.
You don't need
You
all
know,
the equipment, dude.
so these some of these guys are getting fucked up and aren't even starting to grow because they're thinking they're so worried about environment and they're so worried about having this this AC infinity and this, you know, like all this
Oh
shit
yeah,
that, you
it's
know,
not
they're fucked
mine.
up right from the beginning. Right. It takes very minimal. It's basic.
Yeah. Dude, the
You know?
first
Mine
4 or
are
5 years of
Amazon
my
special
growing,
lights.
yeah, but first 4 years of my growing, dude, I had a
Mm.
fucking a light and pots.
You're
Like,
gonna
dude,
take
that's
baby, you know,
all I had.
you should take baby steps because
I
there's
have an
gonna be
exhaust
things that
fan, and that's it.
you're gonna learn that you need to learn before you worry about it, you know.
You
Because
know,
you're gonna need to
you
learn to
need to
use
know
your
what
equipment.
to worry about versus
You know,
Yeah.
what people are telling
Well,
you to
that's what I
worry
was telling
about.
school earlier. Like the stuff me and Carl was going to talk about was stuff that a new grower didn't even need in their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They just need to
and
and
worry
I
about
get
the
that's
that.
what we try
I
to
basics,
tell
get
not
that.
Carl. Carl
overwatering,
don't
not
understand.
underwatering.
Yeah, Carl don't understand that part.
Well, I know, but that's why he
Right.
said, come back and we'll have a private chat. And school's like, why don't you say it so everyone can hear? And it's like, well, not everybody needs to hear that advanced stuff. They need to
There is
worry about,
you are right. There are things that we talk about that we wouldn't put out in the public because I don't want to confuse new growers. You know,
Right.
there are
yeah,
next steps. But if you start telling everything all at once, that's why these guys are so confused.
Yep.
Like you got to start at the basic.
100%,
You're a
100%.
Could you
child.
imagine? Could
You
you
gotta,
imagine Carl trying to teach a new grower the way he grows, dude?
I mean,
They're gonna be
I'll tell
fucking
you, 4 years
what?
ago, he was running Coco and he wouldn't even ask people what they were growing. And he said, oh, no, you need to be watering every day, every day, every day. And then a week would
Yep.
go by, that guy would come back and say, motherfucker, you killed my plants, you fucking piece
Yep.
of shit. And Carl's gotten a lot better than that, but that's how it was. And I was like, now, I understand it
But
more because
he
Coco's a
still
lot
does
different
that.
soil.
He still does
Not
that
too
to
much.
this
He's a
day.
lot better.
there's just basics. There's a
I
lot.
think
There's
he,
such
I
easy
think
basics,
he's,
you know, to
I
get
think he's
people going.
purposely trying to be better. Changing
Well,
your
he's being more
personality and all
mindful.
that and that's not an overnight thing. That takes time
Well,
and
that's a ball
constant
busting thing. That's
effort.
because you got to watch what he says because somebody might call him out on it. Somebody
Yeah, but
like
his pounds will
make it
always be
real.
there.
Well, he does grow pounds, and I don't have that to say about that. My only thing is he could do it with less height of plant and less legs. You know, he could do the whole bedroom doesn't need to be running that whole time. He could save electricity over there. I mean, I don't give
Yeah,
a
but
shit. I
the way
mean,
I see it is he's got it down to a method and all the
He
costs
does.
expenses down, and
Absolutely, he does.
he said it best. He said it best. He said it best. And I don't think no one caught that the other day about the trellising and all that. He said that it's not worth the effort and pain in the ass to do that. You know what I mean? So he's found a way to do it without doing all, because it is a pain in the ass putting all that shit in there and crawling around it and shit. So for him, it's not worth the effort to do all of that just for the little bit of gain because he's getting enough. And that's how I saw it. I was like, that's just his. He's
Yeah,
adapted to his
and
environment, and we all
Do
need to
you
do
believe?
that.
Do you believe his weight numbers?
Not looking at my plants because I'll look at mine 4 pound plant and I don't see that in his. But then
Yeah.
that's the
uh,
difference between outdoor and indoor too. You know, his
I
might be
mean,
real solid nugs where I'm more not as solid outside maybe.
Yeah,
have you
dude. Mine,
seen? Have you
mine are
seen one of his?
rocks.
What
Have
about
you
the
seen one
fucking?
of his
I was
finished?
gonna fuck.
Have you seen one of his
Yeah,
finished
yeah.
pots?
Oh yeah.
Was
They're,
it
t-
was it
they're
big?
tiny.
Was it
They they're
no? Was it?
It's all
uh
tiny. They've gotten
probably
bigger.
decent. It's about the size of your thumb. I was
He's
gonna
gotten bigger
post a picture
from a
of
couple years ago.
I haven't seen one in a while. The last plants I seen were the ones when he was showing them hanging. He had some plants hanging, and then he had some buds in totes. But it all
I
looked
was
kind of
gonna
small.
fucking put all my pre-buck stems in a tote to where it's full and put it on a scale and look, I got 20 pounds. I couldn't
Yeah,
believe
look at this
Levels
guy.
posted that. I love Levels, but seeing that fucking stem, I was like, that don't fucking count for your dry weight, brother. Oh my goodness.
And then when he says,
That's
the pound of
wild.
log be there, that's what I mean. He's got the new growers over there, and those are the little
Like
things
like
that I just.
I'm a good grower and I don't get 2 grams a watt. You know what I mean?
Mm, yeah, 2 grams a watt.
Yeah, people don't realize what 2 grams a watt even means. I don't think.
2 grams a watt is professional indoor fucking. That's when you got margins to fill. You're
Well, you're
getting two
gonna have
grams a watt.
CO2. You're gonna have. I mean, that's when you're gonna have all those
Yeah,
little extra bonuses. That that I talked about. Like once you're growing your room and you're growing it the same way, you're just pounding it out. 60 days, pounding it out. Then you're gonna be like, well, let me fucking add a little bit of CO2. Let me add a little bit. Maybe I'll add a little enhancer of a balloon booster of this kind or something. Like then you're gonna fuck with that, try to get the numbers a little bit more. But if you're not doing that,
well,
I
that's
don't see
their
the point.
SOP.
Like, if you're always having an issue every month, there's no sense of adding the extra CO2 or the fucking, like, you might as well wait on all that until shit's just banging out.
Well, I know it. They're getting those 2 grams of watts because they're doing all that, running the same clones, knowing how they feed, knowing what they
Who
like,
is though?
keeping them
Who's
perfectly happy. The
who's getting that?
dispensary, or the
Oh
what's
God,
that?
I don't, I don't think those guys are getting. Not the way they run their lights. Have you seen some of those facilities? They run their lights all the way at the top, so they have to put more lights in there
I like
instead of running it.
I like the ones that
Yeah.
are double stacked on the shelvings. Have you seen
And then,
those?
yeah, the racks. Absolutely. That's what I've been telling people in the future.
I like those
You get
ones.
a fucking,
That's what I'm
a
thinking. 2 grams a watt. Doing that.
4 foot plant on a fucking rack with 2 or 3 racks high. And I know people talk about the ventilation, but you got to think about it like stacking 5x5. Take a 5x5 tent, take the skin off it, and stack two of them on top of each
Yeah,
other, and just create the
I've
environment
thought
like you
about
would
that.
on a normal fucking in your normal tent. There's no skin on it, but you're gonna still have an exhaust fan. You're gonna still have because right next to it, you're gonna have a 5x5, and on the other side, you're gonna have
And
a
you can
five
lay
by five.
panda film.
And they're gonna be, I mean, if you really wanted to, yeah. But
I
you
think
do
there's a
that,
big difference in having that side wall for sure.
And I'm telling you,
There's an open
it would
room.
be better than having to strip, half to 3/4 of your plant and then try to throw some under canopy lighting in. Just my opinion. For the value of money,
Yeah.
like I'd rather go up than try to, because I'm never going to grow those legs. So I'm always going to be down. So then you got all this
Well,
fucking room above you. What are you doing with all that room way up there? Like, you might as well put a rack in there and go a whole nother level.
this is my thought of it. The people that grow the lay use the lights, they have to practice pruning those fuckers off because what you take off of those, you get bigger, fatter top nugs. Like it definitely gets a 20% increase when you cut all that garbage off. I think.
Yeah. And so
And
then,
when you
but
do that,
yeah, what is it? It's time, right? Like all those legs are, it's
yeah,
time. Like
time.
shit. You look at that and you go, shit, I could have flipped
Well,
2 weeks earlier. Like shit.
it's
You know,
time. And as a new grower, you don't want to cut. I know it took me a long time before I started cutting a lot of plants off. It's like, oh, I don't want to hurt it. These girls, mine this year, they completely froze and all that was left was sticks and they came back pretty darn good. You can cut some, not what some of these guys do. I don't believe in that.
well, I mean, one of the last things when you become a good grower, but part of it is understanding the equipment, right? The lights. Our indoor lights, again, they only penetrate so far. So there's no sense of growing a plant so long that it grows more than what your light's ever going to use. Otherwise, you strip it down later. Like we all know, everybody talks about, I got to go in a lollipop, got to go in a. What if you didn't have to go lollipop? What if your plant was the appropriate
Oh
size
yeah.
going into flower to where when
Oh,
it
I
was
agree.
done with stretch, it was that perfect. And then you save a bunch of time
See,
and you gain that, whether you only have one flower room and you can only do so many per year or whatever, but you'll save the money and electricity in the bedroom or the mom room, the nursery, whatever you want.
personally, I think what would
Small
save the new
lights keep your
growers a
mom
lot of
alive.
time
Yeah, I
is
mean, I
cut
don't
those fucking fan lives off of those lateral. When you get that 5 or 6 nodes high on your new plant, you need to cut those fan leaves off and expose those
know.
lateral branches because that's going to make it grow. And you'll have a fucking 8-inch plant that looks like a menorah, and then you just you know what I mean? You can keep them
You just
so.
gotta train it early. You just gotta when you start a seed, you just
You
gotta
don't even
train that
have to top
motherfucker.
it.
You gotta get in
Well,
there
you just
early.
pull those fan leaves off, expose those lateral branches, and that's going to cause them to grow fast. Like I see all these new growers, looks like their plant's an umbrella, and it's like, man, my plant would be a week or two away from flipping already, because
Stop it. You
they
got
start.
four
And it's
month
the same
old
with those
clones.
buds.
You got 4 month old clones. Stop it.
Yeah, because I was waiting for my plant count to come down, brother.
I
It's a
know.
felony here if you have more than your 12.
Yeah,
If
I
you
get it.
keep it 12 or under, the state of Nevada will protect you from the federal government. If you go over 12, the state of
It's,
Nevada will kick you to the federal government.
it's just, they do it total. They don't do like some in flower and some in veg.
We're
Because that would
allowed
be
12 in flower total, me and the old lady. Now, I've heard other places and I haven't really checked it, but somebody said we're allowed 24. We could have 12 in veg and 12 in flower just because. But where
That's what
I've
I
read,
was
it was
wondering.
12 plants total. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
read
it'll
12
say
plants total.
total. Yeah, yeah, it'll say
Yeah,
total.
I think it's 12 plants total. So, I mean, I just kept them in small containers, just trying to, and I was so fucking busy. You guys don't know how much, me and the old lady harvested most all of that and just everything. Harvesting, there was a lot of work. I didn't want to fuck with my indoor. I just kept it alive. I kept it alive. But I think they're looking pretty damn good for as bad as I was,
Well, they'll
now
look
that
better
everything's slowing down.
once you get the billions, and then you're able to give them some billions. They'll be they'll be a lot better.
That million
Well, like I
shit.
said, they looked a lot better. It was the 12 days being in the cocoa that hurt those plants in there. But the ones in the bedroom, those ones are dying, but alive. They just got transplanted from the solo cups to a 2-quart fabric pot and cocoa. That was my question I was wondering about. So those were in peat moss, and that's going to stay moister than the cocoa. Is having that initial root ball in cocoa going to cause it to be more moist, or will it just drink it all up and dry the center out more? Maybe.
Well, again, my opinion on that would be like being the right size, going in the right size pot. Like, so if you would have went in from your quarter to a 2 gallon, where that ball would have been bigger in the pot, right? Then the cocoa around it would have wicked it a lot easier and never kept it wet, like what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking, because possibly you put it in a 5 gallon and it's small compared to and then you fully saturate. All that cocoa is going to get probably dry a lot sooner than that wad in the center. And what you worry about
That's what I
then
was
is
thinking.
you worry about
Root rot.
will the roots get lazy, because you want the roots to stretch out, right? So if all the moisture is staying right at the root because the cocoa dries out faster, there's nothing for the roots to search out for, because everything is right there. It's always just right there.
Well, no.
So
Yeah, I guess so.
that's why I say about right size pot too. Because like I say, in a 2 gallon, that wad would have been a lot bigger compared to
So
the rest of the cocoa in that space. And so the cocoa would have kept wicking that wad there and stayed more evenly wet with the wad versus the big huge pot.
but I didn't want to fucking put it in a 2 or 3 gallon pot, veg it, and then flip it to a 5 gallon pot. You know what I mean? So what would I have done? Put it in a 2 gallon pot, veg it
But
for
that,
3 weeks, put it in a 5 gallon, veg it a
yeah,
week, and then flip? I
I
didn't
would
want to
have
do
put
all
it
of
in,
that
but that's the stages,
because
and
I
I
want to
think
put
you
it
would
in the
have had,
trellis. I want to put it in the
yeah,
trellis netting, and so I can't move it. That's why I put it
I
straight in
think
the
you would have,
5.
if you would
But
have
I
did
bet
that
next
though,
time,
you would have had a plant when you put it in the 5 gallon. You'd have been like, maybe I need a little bit bigger, but a 5 gallon would have been good. And you'd have been ready, putting it in the 5 gallon to set your trellis and just ready
yeah.
to,
See,
instead
that's
of,
what I mean. This is learning a lot. Like I think if I just start my clones or put the clones in cocoa to begin with instead of peat, I think it'll be better going into a 5 gallon
Well, yeah, you
because I
don't.
want it to be
The
fast. I want
plant
to
is
do
getting
that
used to
45,
peat,
50 day
and
flip.
well, and
peat
that
is
peat
way
just stays
different
flat.
than fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
totally
I
different
flipped
than
its
cocoa.
environment huge. Yeah, definitely.
It's
Yeah,
like when I use
100%.
when I take a clone that's in a cube and the cube's still pretty moist and I'm putting it in I mean, like it's pretty wet, still, and I'm putting it in a cup to transplant it. I won't water it in that day, right? I won't then go and,
Hmm.
water all I'll wait until the next day and let some of that, new medium soak up some of that water from the cube. So I don't go right in there because it's
See,
already
that's what.
soaking. The roots are soaking wet. So the last thing I want to do is go in there and put more water on it, right? I want it to
Yeah,
dry out. So I
that's what
let
I
the
did
medium
with the
around it
seedling.
dry out.
I went in yesterday and I flushed where I was going to put that seedling, and I got it down to 400, and then I watered with a 200 ppm kind of water, and then it sat all day yesterday, and it was perfect for a fucking seedling today. It wasn't over wet. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Because that
Yeah.
green, the
I
tent,
mean,
it has a heater in it, so it stays warmer and dries out faster.
Water is a thing. I mean, once people figure out watering, and once you get watering down, fuck, dude. Fuck. The game changer. I get messages periodically because I help people behind the scenes, and they're like, dude, thank you so much for showing me the watering thing, because people don't realize like how much soil, and this is against soil, how much soil will really hold and how long you can go. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing. It's just like water is life or it's death, because you could be in a big pot that you fully saturate, but if it's a small root mass and it sits in there too long, you end up getting swamp ass. And then you fucking rot the roots and then it's like, fuck. But
That's why I
if
did
you're,
the HydroGuard too.
yeah, I mean, it helps, but it's hard to hit those numbers sometimes. That's why I always like to, if I'm growing a mom or something, I'll just go from a cube or the turbo cloner straight into a cup, and then I'll go into a 2 gallon, or, I'll step it up. Because as soon as you put it from the 2 gallon into that 5 gallon, it will blow up. You're going to have the scrog net there and ready, because then it's like, the fat girl wearing spandex and she gets to take them off. She's like, whoa, she's just fucking the thing. And what happens below happens above. So once they're able to go right into that 5 gallon as their final and fucking stretch out, and that shit happens up top too. And then you're fucking scrogging it. And then, hopefully within a couple weeks after that, you're going to be flipping it to flower. Especially with the clone, because clones grow so fucking fast. I mean, like, I just transplanted some clones into cups, and I'm going, shit, it's about time to fucking transplant them out of the cups already. Oh, he's gone. That was that. What were we calling that?
Oh,
A fucking, I think it was Lorax he was calling it. Chop bot or something. And then I go into robot mode and I just fucking say all the same shit.
What about all these fucking outdoor bugs and indoor bugs? I can't believe people put that shit on fucking live and shit like that.
And they don't know.
Like the worst was
Yeah, they
Twisteds.
don't.
Twisteds was like a mall,
Carnival.
like watching, like people watching at the mall.
Yeah. Watching people walk up and down the escalators.
I don't have thrips. No,
Yeah,
motherfucker, you don't have thrips. You got
need to
aphids like
learn
a
how.
motherfucker.
He's like, people need to learn how to identify their bugs, and it's like, no, they just know it's bugs. It's not good. Like,
This is
Well,
what I
whoever
was
said
told
it was
about
thrips
aphids.
was stupid.
Yeah. No, aphids now, what they do is they poop out fucking a sweet, sugary solution. I forget what they call it, honeydew or something. And when that's on your buds and you're drying and curing, that grows black mold. That's a source of food of black mold. I don't know if that's true or not, but
it could, because it's technically an organic material,
and a sugar.
So yeah, it's going to be a natural organic material that can
Food source.
potentially rot and
If you
create
don't have your
mold.
if you don't have your dry environment proper, it definitely could be a source of food for the mold because it'd be more sugary than a trichome.
Oh, super bright, crystallized turd. I don't know.
That was funny whenever he said it was trichomes. It's like, bro, trichomes don't have legs, bro.
I couldn't believe it. What cracked me up was like when Channel 2 was trying to make up the excuse when he was doing that live.
Oh,
And he was like, look, I was banging around and he's hitting this pan like a drum. Like, no, you weren't. Like, get out of here. You were fucking, there was
Well,
nothing else moving.
that's what I
Like,
don't understand.
he is so in
but it's
denial.
okay. You know, what are you going to do?
And
There's
then
nothing you can do.
they're both, you guys are just picking on me and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, you're the guys putting it on the fucking internet. You know, it's not because we're picking
Well,
on you. It's because you
Well,
got
it's
it
not even
out
not
that.
there
only
for
It's
everyone to
that,
see.
but like Channel
if you,
2's been calling me a liar for fucking days
yeah,
now.
if you say something about it, they're like, oh, no, you're lying. There ain't no bugs to prove it. And then when you put it out there, you're a big meanie picking on people. Like, wait, no. He was wanting to fucking
Does Channel
He
see it.
wanted to
2,
prove.
does he smoke cigarettes?
I think so.
I don't know.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say I
know.
was wondering if that's a cigarette cough or a mothball cough because it sounds pretty
Man, that's
bad
fucking
sometimes.
mothballs, dude.
Yeah, and
He tells us we're
what do they
crazy
call
on
that?
that too.
Chitin carcasses. Yeah, it's all the chitin that's on the buds from the skeletal shells of the bugs.
Yeah, I mean, like whenever he goes in there and sprays his fucking organic spray all over his plants, like what does he think's happening with the bugs?
Well, you
Like,
see how shiny they are?
yeah,
I knew it was something. It was either fucking, I always forget which one it is that makes them shiny. But I figured it was either a bug or he
thrips,
Neem
was
oil.
spraying them. Yeah, thrips make
Thrip
them look
Neem
makes the
oil.
shiny in
leaf
the light.
shiny. They
And
eat the
then,
wax off
Oh
the
yeah,
fucking off the leaf.
and then he
and
showed
they
that
got
spray,
black
and I'm
spots.
like,
They got black spots and shiny.
But he is spraying on it, so whatever he's using it's probably got some type of oil in it, and that's part of it too.
I think he overwaters too,
oh, he does so much.
Yeah.
just because his soil looks so wet all the time. Like, not that I
Well,
watch him;
part
it's
of it,
just I watch clips and
he
stuff.
uses like amendments and stuff. So if you reuse your soil with amendments and you never had the ratios down correctly to start with, you're going to be always chasing it and it's never going to be right. You're always, I mean, like, when is shit available? Like, what? Why not just, oh, God. There's organic fucking bottled fertilizers you can
Top
use. You
there's
know what I
something
mean?
you could never grow like he does.
Oh. But and
Yeah,
nobody
he would
grows that
have
because
to.
nobody wants to. Like, nobody wants to do that.
I'm surprised
No,
because Miss Woods, she's a professional grower in a fucking place, right?
I mean she has a
I mean, what
facility. I
he
wouldn't
should,
go as far as
Yeah.
yeah,
professional.
that's what I mean. She should at least tell him to fucking take all your pots,
Nah,
mix
she
them
fluffs
together,
him,
take a
man.
soil
Oh no.
sample, take a
She
soil
tells
sample,
she tells
and
him he's
then
doing
add
good.
whatever you need.
Yeah,
He
she
says
That's
he's
why
tells
he
him.
doing
kept the
good.
bathtub for so long, or the swimming pool.
And I
No, I
mean,
went back 5 years and watched his videos, and he has
It's
not
the same
changed
thing.
one iota. He doesn't,
Yeah,
yeah, not
same
one
thing.
bit. Everything's the same. The only thing different now is he's not fucking with Gigi because all his videos back then was Gigi this, Gigi that, AJ this. Now it's Nuggy and PKR.
Yeah,
PKR, mate.
it's all PKR's fault, mate.
I don't know. I'm
But
not trying to like
he
shit
just
on
needs to
anybody
be
as a
like the
person.
common denominator is him. And once he realizes that, he'd be like, huh, maybe I should take a whole new
Well,
look at my
he
style.
says he's gonna grow. He's gonna fill up his tents and grow bigger plants and get bigger yields this time. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, that one
I
plant
hope
that he
him.
got in that three,
Prove me wrong.
don't,
I hope him the best. You know.
his has got those umbrella leaves, you know, where they're like umbrellaed and then slick where you can't even see the veins. Like, I don't know what's that, overwatering or
Dude, it's a,
It's a
it's
combination
several.
of things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, it's
Once you rot, that's the thing. Once you rot the root hairs or you dry them
It
out,
looks like
they
everything.
show everything. You could have it could be showing you a nitrogen. It could show you a CalMag deficiency. Because it can't uptake nothing, and that's usually when you got a
See,
fucking.
that's what's good.
Well, that's the first thing
That's
it
what
runs out
saves
of is
him.
mag, and that's where first people go
Right.
is fucking start throwing mag at it, and it's not that. It's
It
fucking
can't. It,
the root
it can't
hairs.
uptake it. Right. You just can't uptake what's already there.
And you're not running synthetic, so it's not going straight into the roots. And you need that root hair, you need that rhizosphere, because that's where the organic magic happens, is between the microbes in that rhizosphere. That's like, you either need to read more organic books. Like, actually, if he's listening, Jeff Lowenthal's have the trio. I've got them. Like teaming with nutrients, teaming with fungi, and teaming with microbes. They got another one. I forgot what it's called.
You
But
ain't telling
they're
me
fucking
nothing.
packed
You
full of
don't grow
shit.
like me. Yeah. He gonna tell
Bro,
you.
he uses Home Depot amendments. So
Well, you can do it with that because I did it too. But to know, you
yeah,
got to
I
know,
understand.
you know. But I
Look,
was
if
going
I
to
was
say
gonna,
that's the only thing that saved him so far is running organics, because the organics are eating all the dead roots instead of letting it rot and fester. So it kind of,
Yeah, but that's
it's
I
eating.
think him running organics is hurting him because
See,
he
I
doesn't know
say
how much to put
organics
in.
outside.
But
well,
he's
you can.
always
I mean, if you want to do a organic living soil indoors, check it out. You could do that, but it takes a while to break down and actually mix everything together. There's a process to that. And then honestly, I would take it even to your local conservation department and have it tested to say, hey, I got some soil from a
Oh yeah.
farmer. Can you test me and see what I'm lacking or, what my levels and shit are? And a lot of times they'll do it for free, and figure out and then if you're low on some, add a little bit more, and then use it. But if you don't know, if you're just throwing shit in a pot and calling it a day, you don't know. Even like the grow dots. When is
Yeah.
it gonna when is it gonna time release? Today? Tomorrow? Next week? Next month? I mean, and then like that guy had those grow dots with an auto flower.
Oh
So now
yeah.
when you time
Those,
release
I
a
think
sick
those grow
plant
dots.
and it starts taking up nitrogen and you give it energy to flower. Now it's got all this fucking nitrogen going into flower because it's an autoflower and it does what it wants. I mean, it's just a bad recipe.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
like
people
them.
think
I wouldn't buy them
synthetics are bad, but synthetics. What's the difference
with
between
microbes.
organics and synthetics? One needs to break down before it's available to the plant. When is that going to happen? Well, I hope it's soon because wheat plant grows really fast and I need them now. So what's now?
Well,
Well, bottled nutrients. I mean,
the whole thing people are forgetting, they're missing one step, and that's cooking the soil. Like back in the day, you would mix all your
oh
shit,
yeah,
you'd buy all new stuff,
yeah.
mix it all, because
dude,
people had recipes, and if you stayed
it
pretty
takes a
close,
year.
let it set. Not a year. You could let it sit 6 weeks and you would have a nice thing of soil. That's what makes organic good. But if you're just mixing it and then growing in it, your shit ain't broke down. Like you said, you're getting the deficiencies. But if you cook it, what I do is I would tell it's warmed down, because it would warm up because it's heating up and eating all that shit. When it would cool down, that's when I would use it. And that would be about 3-4 weeks, depending on
I
how warm
think
you kept it.
I think I think subcool super soil was like 30 or 60 days in those pools. But that was to grow. He was growing shit in there too, like growing like certain fungus and stuff. Because all that shit's
Yeah. I
breaking
think
down.
coots mix.
But that just takes time to break down, and you can't just throw it at a plant
Oh
and then
yeah.
be like, all right, break down now. Because
Well, now they got that
who knows?
TPS billions. You can add that, and that'll speed up the process big time.
Or you just fill up your space with weed every time and not worry about it. Just go buy you a good soil.
Well, that's what's wrong, or that's what it gets me is these people aren't producing weed. Like Carl's producing pounds and pounds, but like some of these other guys, all they're doing is fucking chasing problem after problem. You know, if they want to grow weed, watch the people who grow weed. You know,
Well, and
and
like I
then
said
if
about
you
the
then
levels,
go tinker with it.
the thing with the pound thing with levels, like this is the biggest problem I see. And it's not even an us issue, right? It's more of a him. When you lie about getting a pound, because a pound used to be, when you fucking harvested a pound, it used to be kind of a big deal. But when you lie about
Oh
that,
yeah,
now when you do hit the pound and you really
you're
have
gonna
the
be all
true
excited and
excitement of
can't
that,
say anything.
you can't say nothing. You can't tell nobody about it.
Yeah.
There's no celebration. You're just
Or
like,
you'll
oh,
be way excited. You'll be way too excited for your second pound. Oh my god, I just got my second pound, guys. I'm excited.
I mean,
Yeah.
and those little milestones that you hit when you're growing, but those are great
Oh
milestones to
yeah.
hit. And you're only lying to
Five
yourself because
pound plant outdoors was my big milestone.
that's a big plant. That's a fucking, that's a big plant. Can you imagine having that indoors? Mm,
Well, when I was growing during Prohibition, I was in a 12 by 20 greenhouse and I was kind of just growing in a 12 by 15 area of it. And I would fill that thing up with 6 plants and I would get about 2 to 3 pounds of plant and it would be full, scrogged out,
yeah,
full. You're crawling on your hands and knees.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The best I did out of that was 20 pounds in a 12 by 15 area in 9 foot ceilings.
So that's about the same size as a, is it 10 by 16, right?
160 square
Yeah.
foot.
I
Just
mean,
yeah, same.
you probably had higher ceilings than 6 foot.
See where mine different, and so I've been running the Mac One for 3 years now. And when I run it indoors, I just flip it to 12 and 12, and I don't get big old stackers. But when I left my plants outdoors to have the taper down, I got big old long fucking 8 to 12 inch spheres on that Mac One this time. So I'd like to kind of transition into flower, like go from 18 to 15
Here's
for a
the other.
week and then maybe 15 to 14 and then 12 and like because they'll be switching, it'll be in the flowering process just to try to stack up more. I'm not sure. Something I noticed. That Mac One is so fucking good. Oh my god. It kind of has this dirty diaper taste right now. I don't explain it, but it's fucking good.
How
It was
the
in an
fuck do you know
Indian
what a
diaper
dirty
that had
diaper
curry
tastes
or
like?
something.
I know.
I mean,
Smells
I'm
is
just
good. It's fucking
imagining.
nice.
I'm just imagining.
he's like,
It's
oh, you
just
know
got
that
this
diaper that
putrid.
you changed and you just like gagging because you could taste it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
know. I fucking changed my nephew's diapers when I used to have to babysit. That's how I fucking know what a diaper smells like. And if any of y'all
Well,
motherfuckers change a diaper, you know
smelling it is
too.
one thing, but tasting it is a totally different.
I
That's pretty
didn't
bad
taste
when
it.
you,
I know,
well,
but
when
a
you can
fucking peanut
smell it
butter
and you,
smells like it tastes. You know what I mean? So I could only imagine that it would be similar.
that's wrong.
Yeah, no, but it was a curry. It was like a East Indian diaper.
Oh,
I would love that to have weed that smelled like just straight baby shit. So that way, everywhere you walk, people are like, "Oh god," they just stay the
No, it
fuck
doesn't
away
smell
from
like
me.
baby shit.
some,
It smells like
some skunk,
cherry
some skunk
and
shit.
some other stuff, but the taste is coming through. It's that fucking signal, man. That signal made the weed way tastier this year for sure. 100% had to have. because I ran it with that Mac too, and that Mac is way better
Or
than anything
maybe
I've ran
maybe you
before.
should give it credit to yourself for putting the wood stoves out there and saving the fucking shit. Like, give some credit to the grower, right? Don't give it all up to the
Nah.
don't give it up to the products. He's like,
The
nah.
only thing I did as a grower, this year is I didn't kill my plants all the way. You know, that's what I did as a grower. Everything else was genetics and my soil, I think, after running
Yeah,
years
but
of
the
the wet
grower has
patching,
to
it's starting
bring
to
those
turn more
genetics
muddy.
out.
Yeah, you gotta be able to know what you're doing as far as pulling the expressions out of those plants.
Genetics don't mean shit if you don't fucking do it right. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, and then I crop steered this year, you know, with the nutrients and stuff. So, like I said, what I did with the transition, try this with the
crop
transition next
steer.
year. Yeah, so like I used 511 Alaska fish during the veg, and then once I started to know it was stretching, I used 511, and I also bought the phosphorus and potassium from raw. So I added
Why is that crop
extra
steering?
because I'm
That's going
steering
that.
instead of giving it a 20 or an all-in-one, I'm manipulating the fertilizers to what part of life stage it's in. So like when it's stretching, it's going to need more phosphorus and potassium. So what I do is I'll give it the 511 with like 2 parts potassium and 1 part, or 2 parts phosphorus and 1 part potassium. And then once I
I
notice
just
that
don't
stretch is
consider
done,
that crop steering. I consider that
I
fucking
do.
grower talent.
No,
So
that's crop
I
steering in my opinion.
and reading the
And then
Athena
when they
book,
start to
I'll
bulk
be
up, I throw the.
Yeah, you're doing what you're supposed to do at the right time.
honestly, yeah, reading the Athena
Well, I
book,
know,
I'm
but
not
that's
gonna
crop
lie.
steering.
No cap, but reading what crop steering and stuff in Athena, to me, what it sounds like is watering appropriately and feeding appropriately.
Yeah,
Because you gotta, I mean, yeah, of course, going into
That's all
transition,
in. Yeah.
it's gonna need more
I
of
just
this versus this, like, so you just
No,
naturally
being a
do
good
that.
I
grower
guess these stupid
means you
terms
crop
I
steer.
just don't. Yeah, I
Yeah,
Yeah,
guess. Yeah.
it's called crop
that's a
steering
new
now.
term to me. But this is the first time I fucked with the potassium and the phosphorus. I would always just use like a 10-30-20. You know what I mean, or something like that. This time I'm adjusting, and then towards the end I was just giving it calcium, magnesium, and potassium for like the last week and a half when I watered, as like a finisher, because that potassium is a finisher quality element, and you can't give too much of it, I guess. But like I said, everything came out so fucking fire. That's why I was like, I don't know if it was that, I don't know if it was the genetics or the sun, but everything is.
Well, you
It's
took notes.
a
The
combination
top,
of all of them.
Yeah.
yeah, the top shelf that I used to grow just got bumped down to mids, maybe lower mids. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Easily
this
30%
year
return.
put a lot of the stuff last year to shame. Like over half of it probably, because there was a lot of good shit last year. Don't get me wrong, and some of it I just didn't like because I didn't like the taste. It's got you high as
This
shit.
year, this year I got my fucking CalMag and silica down packed. My fucking That's how you can tell if you had enough mag and stuff, is how long your joints stay lit. Like usually with I would light a joint and I'd get high and I'd forget for a little bit, it would burn out. But if you got the
No,
good
wait.
calcium, it'll do a complete burn and your joints won't go out as much, and you can puff. It'll look like it's out, but you puff it and the bitch fucking starts firing up. You're like, yep, we got the CalMag in there. That's what I think.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at it.
No, it's true. It's always, you know why? You know how I know that? It's because in the tobacco industry, they flush the fucking tobacco with magnesium to get that white ash. So by making sure because what that does is it allows the plant material to have a complete combustion. When you don't have those minerals in there, it can't have the same combustion. That's why you get that black ash. When you got that black ash, you know you didn't get the mineral uptake
Everything
in.
is content. Everything is content. Yeah, I didn't know any of
That's
that.
my science. That's
Yeah,
yeah. I had a real good. I said, well, give me one good product. And he showed me that microblast. It's like a kelp solution with all the minerals and stuff in it. And that was literally the key. And that helps with the smell and taste, like microbes. Like, so what I was kind of explained was NPK is real important for, veg and stuff, but your minerals and stuff are real important during veg or your flower. So you like your micros, boron, all that stuff. Like that's what's getting you your taste, your smell. And when you're lacking that, you're just getting that extra nitrogen growing the leafy buds. Now this is all outdoor too. I'm not speaking for indoor. I'm not a good indoor grower.
he's not from Reddit.
Has to be.
No. This is all from the last 10 years of growing. This is all just off the
Yeah,
tip of my tongue, rambling.
Oh,
okay. That's why I've never heard of it before. I was like, what the fuck? All right.
what's
Maybe
up?
this guy's onto something. I need to buy a more camera.
Okay. You run clones, right?
Oh yeah. So, yeah.
You can
Yep.
do it.
Yep.
You can do one, like I'm not sure when you stop your CalMag, but you can do that with, and just with one, just keep feeding your CalMag through it without flushing and just see how well that one burns. That's where I go sold. Once I started doing that, it just changed everything. How it burned, how it smelled, how long it lasted, like how long it lasted in good Mylar bags. But you'll see it. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it. You're like, okay. Yeah, no, I used to get people give that guy shit too, but it's like once you do it, you're like, oh, there it is. And even that Brandon Russ on Creative Show said it. He said he knows growers that were killing it, but didn't have their Cal Mag down. And once they got their Cal Mag down, they went from fucking great to what amazing.
Yeah, but
Or I don't know how
should
he
you
said it, but it
be
was something like that.
should you be using CalMag all the way to the end, or should it be like a mag sulfur?
No. Okay, this is what he said, and I'm going to try it. But I use, so this is what I think. You got those cations, you need to keep them balanced. And if you're just using mag sulfur and potassium, you're locking out the calcium, and you need the calcium. So you have to have the calcium, potassium, and magnesium in the right ratios to keep them from locking out. So just by adding no calcium, but what Brandon was saying is that the sulfur is an antagonistic with calcium. So he said if you did twice a day or twice a week spraying with Epsom salt and stopped about week 2 of flower, you wouldn't have to add any mag sulfur and you would get all the benefits because it's in the plant so well. And you wouldn't have to worry about antagonizing your calcium in the soil. And so I'm going to try that on indoor this year, this grow here, and see what that kind
And
of
who
does.
said that?
Because on that signal, that Brandon Russ, he's a fucking great grower, like great grower. The information he says is gold, in my opinion, because I've been watching him for years and I've learned so much from him. Yeah, you have to check it out. He was a good one, good podcast. He's on all kinds of organic podcasts. Like he's the one that all these growers listen to and get excited about organics. They're like, oh man, yeah, organics. See, I went organic because I was when I got back here to Nevada from Alaska, there was a guy with MS, and I told him, "Shit, man, a little weed will help you," because that guy I was growing weed for had MS, and I know it helped him. And he says, "Oh well, I don't know, blah blah blah," and I was like, "Well, fuck it, I'll grow you some weed." So I bought a greenhouse and I bought $300 worth of ILGM seeds, and I started doing organic because I wanted it to be
They
pure
got
medicine.
mids.
You know, I don't do organics. What's that?
I love growing marijuana. They sell mids.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't know. I pulled some good stuff, but only like
I've had like 1 or
8 out
2
of
good plants
10.
from them.
Yeah. But the thing I don't like about them was they did great outdoors, but they would always late stage Hermy at like week 8, you know, throwing out dragon tongues. And I like to go to like week 10. And so then I would get these like 1/3 built seeds, you little white floaters, you know. And
Yeah,
so I just quit growing them indoors. But they did good
I got
outdoors. I don't got no
I
complaints.
got Herbie from their Skywalker OG. I ran that fucker 3 times and it was so good that it was fucking like a blueberry shat in your mouth. It was so good, but
Oh, that sounds
fucking
like too much
it would
ethanol.
fucking it would herb every fucking time. So after the 3rd time, I got rid of it.
Yeah. I won't run
That's
them
actually
anymore. Not after running
the
these Humboldt.
that Herbie hit Wobbly's skunk #1, and that's actually what we grew this year. What I've been calling the Skunk Walker OG. It's the Skywalker times the fucking skunk #1.
Did that get the Herm out?
It didn't herb.
Nice.
Didn't herb at all. We watched it.
So they say 25% of landrace strains Herm as like a survival mechanism.
Well, any
Well,
plant will herb
I wonder
there's
what.
a
for
difference
survival.
between with last ditch
Yeah,
preservation versus
yeah,
like a full out
100%.
herb.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
if it
Some
pops a
people say
male
you want
flower,
the seeds on a full Herm.
well, if you let that plant grow out long enough, I mean, there's a good chance that at the end it will pop a male flower, just a pollen, just so it can 1 seed or 100
Preserve
seeds,
itself. Yeah.
it gets to survive. Yeah.
So that's another thing with my outdoor is I always throw one branch with pollen on it. So supposedly the plant like is all worried about having babies and shit, so it stresses it out and shit by not having a male. And they said that the females will smell better when they know that there's a male present, is because they're, especially when there's a bunch of females, because they're trying to, you know, I don't know, they can
You'll
communicate, you
notice
know,
the
it's weird.
you'll notice the white hairs are like just fucking standing up like oh like you know, because they just want it. You know, they're fucking give it to me like
Oh yeah, like a cat in heat.
yeah, it's just genetically a plant can switch sex. You know, like they just genetically have that in them. If it can't be, if it
But
can't be
then
a
by
female, it's going to be
pollinating
a
a
male.
branch,
That's why it's so easy
yeah,
to
that's
reverse
what's
a
nice.
plant, right? Because you can just block that female hormone, and if it can't be a female, it's going to pop male parts. But it's already in the plant to do that.
I, I found a website that sells ethylene gas, and I was going to try reversing a male into a female.
You know another way to do that,
Supposedly
right?
that'll do it.
You're supposed to be able to make that gas naturally, like by rotten
Have a
fruit.
box of bananas or apples in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have rotten fruit and you put it in a bag, right? In like a humidity dome
yeah.
with the rotten. But I would never do that indoors again. That's just going to create bugs. You know, if you were fucking
Well,
around in a
that's why I want
greenhouse.
to buy that bottle of ethylene gas. supposedly the benefit of doing that is you get to see what the male characteristics are going to pass over to the female. So if you take clones and then you flower that male out into a female, you'll see what characteristics it's going to add to the female. So you'll be like, you can run 20 males and be like, oh, this is the one I want to add right here because it's the fucking nasty. You know what I mean? Supposedly that's the benefit, and it makes sense. Plus, the ethylene might cover up the smell of the weed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like get a box of apples. Because if you just get a box of apples, they last a long time and produce fucking ethylene all at the same time. So that might
Yeah.
work.
Well, I mean, because
Run
that's
your
what
LEDs
I
low
watched
so
the
you don't
whole.
need a lot of air exchange.
It's the same thing with pineapples, right? That's why it takes so long for them to fucking go. So, but you're supposed to be able to take like an apple and stick it down in the fucking part of the pineapple down into the leaves and shit down as far down as you can, and then wrap it in a bag. And then the gases from the apple run will force the pineapple to go into flower and start producing a fruit. Within you can do that within a
Oh,
year or
nice.
two, rather than going 3 years. It's what a normal pineapple. But I mean, it's only a year sooner. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't. I mean, the thing again is like, are you going to do that in your house and then create bugs? And I just
Fruit flies. That's probably all you would
right.
get.
You get gnats and
Oh, I was going to say this earlier. Another thing about doing the full saturation and dryback, once I started doing that, my fungus gnats went away because it dries
yes,
out the
sir.
top just enough that the
Yes,
eggs
sir.
die. I don't have
What
any
drives?
bugs. Once I
What
started
drives
doing
first?
that, nothing.
What drives
The top.
first? That's right. And that's. I mean, that's the
Yeah, no.
key. That's part of that watering thing. Once you learn
Well,
that
that's when
stuff,
I
you
see
don't know how to
bugs.
get.
It's like he's overwatering.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of
I
get an
was
idea.
I was muted. You didn't hear my duh.
Yeah. Well, plus that and fabric pots because even the bottom of those fucking plastic pots, they stay wet long enough to get
You'd be all
fungus
right.
gnats.
Like
So when you
they
go with the
have,
fabrics,
if you got risers, have you seen the wire risers? They have the wire squares
I've
where you
seen
can put
yeah.
the fabric pot on, so that way the air can still get underneath the pot, so it's not sitting flat.
Oh, I haven't seen those
Yeah.
yet.
See, I don't
That's
mind
a
that. I
good
don't have
idea.
a problem with setting it flat at all.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
have
think it
Well,
a.
causes any
I
problem.
don't have a problem with it, but it is good to have that airflow underneath the pot.
The roots like
Well,
almost protect
I'd
it and
have
they
to
go
run it
for it.
side by side. If there was a noticeable difference in the end product, then I might change it. But if there wasn't, it's just easier for me, watering but with the cocoa, like I was saying, it doesn't come out of that fucking cloth pot until it's fully saturated. Fully saturated, then it comes out. It Cocoa absorbs
Well, I
differently.
mean, and that's going to
That's
depend
why.
on how quick you water it, right? Like if you water it super fucking fast, it's probably jump out the sides.
Well, no, it don't matter. It don't matter. It's the same, slow or fast. It just doesn't come out. When it comes out, it's fully saturated. It won't absorb no more water because I let it set for like an hour and the water level stayed the same. But then I tried to just bottom water one and it did not absorb very good
It doesn't wick up all the
from the
way.
bottom.
That's what I mean.
Not with the cocoa.
It just gets to it, even with the
Maybe with the
soil.
peat
I mean,
moss.
when you get to a certain point and it gets so saturated, gravity kicks in and it starts getting heavy, and the water just wants to run right back down. It doesn't get all the way to the top. And
I
that's
wonder
what I
if
had
that
issues
plant
with.
pulls water up to the top of the soil.
I had issues with it. Fucking, Try it. You can do it with a solo cup. Do it with a solo cup that's in a clear cup. Pour some water in there, and you're gonna have to keep doing it because it takes a lot of water to wick all. But keep doing it and see how much water it takes
Yeah.
to, and see if it ever wicks all the way to the top.
Well, that's what I could do. I got a 20-inch tray that can hold a couple gallons. I'll put a cocoa and a peat moss in there with holes in it and see which one fills up to the top first by wicking.
Yep.
Because I bet you the peat moss would wick better because you know how it stays moister.
It
So it
it
must
it
have.
wicks
I bet you
it
maybe
wicks
even
fairly
a.
good. Like I said, I can only
I
get
was
with the
watching.
Pro Mix. I can only get to where there's like 3/4 of the way up, and then there's a gap border area. Right?
Someone was saying 70% peat moss and 30% cocoa was fucking primo.
I have a 90-10
That was
mix. I think it's a
about 10
90-10.
cocoa.
Yeah, 10 Coco.
Top, I
And
gotta
that
run
just
to
gives you
town. If you're still
more.
on, I'll jump back on when I
All
get
right.
in service here. Be
Yeah.
about 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
All right.
Drive safe.
Yep.
Yeah, they got a bunch of snow.
Yeah, they did. I think they got like 30 inches or
It
something.
sure changes. Yeah, it looks like a mountain wonderland over there.
Shoot.
Yeah, the snow that's already melted.
Where'd you go, creative? Where'd you go, creative?
Hell yeah. Well, shit. Today's a lazy day. It's cold and windy.
Yeah, I was actually gonna probably fucking call it. I've been on for 4 hours. Shit. I got
Oh yeah.
a couple feet. I got clones I gotta deal with. I hate fucking. I don't like. I mean, I like growing until it's time to do work. I'm fucking lazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's
But
just certain jobs like I like trimming, but I don't like fucking lollipopping because I'm allergic to weed. So when I throw my arms in there, I get all hived up and shit.
yeah, I can
So I
understand
dread
that.
that.
Yeah, that would suck. Especially with the outdoor plants. Holy
But
fuck.
oh yeah. Well, and then I scratched the fuck out of my glasses because I had to reach all the way in there and like tap the wire for the cage. And so now I got to
Oh
get new
no.
glasses or lenses. They're not a big
That
deal. Well, it's
sucks.
fucked up as I did it to my sunglasses and my because they're prescription. So I got to get. And
Yeah,
then
that
what's
sucks.
fucked up is I was a year late on the 1 year. I was like fucking a week late on the 1 year warranty to get free lenses. Now it's fucking $400 to get new lenses again.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
It did. I was so pissed. I was like, ah. But yeah, I
So
better
yeah,
get going. I gotta go check the humidities and stuff.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
man,
you
it was
jumping up,
good
bro.
talking shit. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
there was some good
It's
knowledge and
it's always good just
fucking.
fucking shooting shit. You know? I
Oh
mean, you
yeah,
don't always
talking
have to
about
pick
people that
something
know
up,
about
you know?
Alaska.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I loved Alaska. Alaska was cool.
Oh yeah.
But hey, yeah. I'll talk to y'all later, chat. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later, Moonwater.
Peace out, chat. Later, man.